2. Hello. Check 2. 2. Is this a psyop? No, it is not. No, it is not. You know, Chad, I think we know each other pretty well. I think we know each other pretty well. If this was a psyop, I would be the first person to let you know. I would be the first person to let you know, Chad. It isn't. Apparently it's my partner anniversary. It's my partner anniversary. That's exciting. Remember that whole epic saga early on in the stream? Trying to make partner? And oh boy, has my life ever been transformed ever since the moment I became an official Twitch partner. Oh boy, has my life ever been transformed. Irrevocably. Thank you, Twitch, and thank you, chat, for being here. I couldn't do it without you. I couldn't be a Twitch superstar without you, chat. I couldn't be a niche internet micro-celebrity without you. The fine folks in the chat, the listeners, the supporters, the community members. Thank you, friends. And how's it going? How was your weekend? I'm still confused at how people become millionaires doing this stuff. Me too. That is still something that has eluded me. I will be honest about that. I'm not totally sure how that works either, but, you know. I don't think it's merch. I don't, like, how much are you know, even if you have a hugely engaged community, how much are you selling merch week after week after week, month after month after month? Like, most people, you put out a merch, like you do a merch drop or whatever, people buy it, and then, like, that's it. Watched Aliens with my son. Oh, that's cool, Gwynny. How did that go? And how old's your son? I'm getting to that point. I'm giving him, like I said, I'm giving him another year. When he's 9, we're watching it. Use your merch to do drug trafficking. Now that there's an idea. That sounds like a great idea, actually. Oh, he's 19. Okay, yeah. So that's definitely of the age where I think that's acceptable. Definitely. But I mean, even like, you know, I'm trying to introduce my kid to it, but I think even teenagers right now, they're so used to like films, big blockbuster action films, looking and sounding a certain way. And you can put that on and it looks better than anything that's released now. It looks better than like any of the Marvel slop that's coming out. It just looks fantastic still. And like everything about it is perfect. I don't know, you got the score, you got the practical effects, the Stan Winston effects. You got mad James Cameron in a London soundstage torturing a bunch of crew members and actors. What more can you ask for? What more can you possibly ask for? And what I love about Aliens too is just almost the first hour. It's just the roller coaster going up. Like this is what Jim Cameron does better than anybody in the game with that kind of film. You take that roller coaster. You take the roller coaster off of the first, and he's not in a rush. He's not in a rush to get into the big action and this big set pieces. You know, he's not in a rush. And you take that roller coaster up, and then when it finally starts to drop, it's like, oh shit, oh fuck. What have I gotten myself into here? I was waiting for things to explode here, and now I wish I could go back to 10 minutes ago. No one is better than that. Nobody's better at that than my man, James Cameron. Marvel slop Rob, not paying respects to all the green screens who died to make mid CGI. And listen, I like some of the Marvel slop. I don't even mean to disparage it. Some of it is not that bad. But it's just, there's just no comparison. There's zero comparison. Look at this. I made some noodles. I made some cheesy buldak noodles with some bok choy in there and some crisped up mortadella and some kimchi. They're the spicy, cheesy buldak noodles. Boy. That's the stuff. Soy Prem, thank you. Weekend was good. Got to celebrate a couple birthdays, mom and nephew in the family in Savannah. That sounds very nice. That sounds very nice. Thank you, Lodade. We're all partners, okay? We're all partners. This is like a streamicule. Or something along those lines. So any other weekend reports? Let me know how your weekend was. Sound off in the chat. Let me know how your weekend was. You hit him with a bitch, then you give him BB after. It does work, actually. That is working for me. My weekend was nice. Friday went to that school event with my son, little kind of barbecue carnival thing. It was like rainy and kind of badly organized, but he had a nice time. He had fun with that. We went back, we watched Toy Story 2, ate some pizza. We had fun. Saturday we went out for donuts in the morning. We took another little walk, and he was going to a birthday party on Sunday, so we picked up like a birthday present for his party. And hung out some more. Saturday night, I actually watched Platoon. I rewatched Oliver Stone's Platoon, which was, I think Vietnam movies are as interesting, especially right now, with all the comparisons and the contrasts that you can draw when it comes to colonial occupations and guerrilla warfare and asymmetrical warfare. I have a fur child. I've done nothing but cuddle, mop, take things out of his mouth, and try to rationally explain that the stairs are okay when I fucking know better. I'm already lying to my child. We're proud of you, Lodane. We're very proud of you. We want to see some. I don't know if some pictures have already been posted, but we'd want to see some pics. I saw Diego moved as well. Congrats, Diego. We're proud of you as well. Moving is so stressful. I'm glad you got it over with. It's one of the most stressful things that you can do. I hate moving so much. I don't ever want to move. I just want to live in this apartment forever. The NBN Fu movie was cool. I've never seen that. I would love to see like a big budget Vietnam movie from the Vietnamese perspective. That's one thing that I think would be really cool to see eventually. And so what was Sunday? I brought my kid to this birthday party. He had a nice time there. And
count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Diet Cola is a health elixir.
That's right, Jay. That's right. Thank you for 26 months tier 1. That's absolutely correct. It's mostly water. It's like 99.9% water. You get some caffeine, some delicious flavor. What's not to like about that? Thank you, Jay, and I agree. So then the rest of my day Sunday was pretty chill. I just kind of relaxed. I've been enjoying my Sundays, definitely. This year, I try to really make a point to sort of appreciate those days. Have a little bit of time to relax, and I cleaned up a little bit. I really I'm not that clean, you know. I've got issues with clutter. Like my desk has got clutter on it. I get surfaces with clutter, but like I'm definitely more neat than I was in the past, than I have been in the past. And I really do enjoy like when my living room is clean. There's nothing on the table. The dishes are done. The room is mostly picked up. The clothes are put away in the hamper or hung up. The bed is made. It's so much more like relaxing when you're relaxing in that environment than when you're relaxing, you're looking around all the crap everywhere, you know, and you have this sense of like guilt, this like weird sense of guilt. Like, how am I living like this? I'm such a piece of shit. I'm a piece of shit, you know? So I do really appreciate that. Like I said, I'm not a neat freak at all. Like it's not perfect, definitely, but I do take more of an effort to do that. So I spent some time picking up on Sunday. Usually after 4 days with my kid, there's a little bit of clutter, a little bit of a mess. So put that stuff away. And then I watched the basketball game and ordered Chinese food, and it was fantastic. And I was really hungry. Like sometimes when you wait to order, and like by the time it gets there, you're like really hungry. That was my night last night. I got some Chinese food. I got General Tao chicken, this shrimp thing, chicken fried rice, vegetables, spring rolls, hot and sour soup, with an ice cold DC, and watched the basketball game. It was a lovely evening, honestly. It was a lovely evening. Thank you, Chase. Thank you, Chase, and thank you, Risk Inverse, for the happy partner anniversary. Still taking the Mavs after the first 2 games. I am still taking the Mavs. I don't think the series is over. Obviously, they're in trouble, and obviously there's zero margin for error. You know, if they win the next game and look convincing doing it, the whole narrative of the series is going to shift. So I still think they can pull it out. But yeah, the Celtics look really good. I mean, there's no denying that. I mean, they're really deep. I think Luka is the best player in the series, and Luka and Kyrie are a really good 1-2 punch. But like the Celtics just have so many guys. Like in game 1, it's Jaylen Brown and Porzingis that step up. In game 2, it's Drew Holiday making all these plays. They've got a lot of guys. So it's definitely looking good for the Celtics. I am going to still stick to my guns here and take the Mavs, but obviously there's zero room for error for them now. They got to win the next game or the series is over. I also love General So's. I had some on Saturday. It's pronounced General So's IRC. The thing is, I don't know if it's a Canadian thing or a Montreal thing, Lodane, but everywhere that I get that in Montreal, it's General Tao, T-A-O. It's not TSO. It's TAO. I don't know if that's just a unique thing to this city. I'm not sure. It's General Tao. So, I don't know. You go figure it out. But every Chinese restaurant is like this here. Sorry. That's not very appealing. Orange lips from my cheesy noodles. And what else? I started watching The Acolyte, the new Star Wars show. Is anyone watching that? What do we think about that? I'm kind of like, I saw it getting like really good reviews and I was kind of like into watching it. I haven't been crazy about it so far. I'm going to probably stick with it and watch the series, but I don't totally love it. What do we think about that? Well, that's what it is, Lodan. It's about like it's like 100 years prior to the episode 1. And the emergence of this new Sith with a Sith apprentice. I don't mind it. I'm probably going to continue watching it. I don't know. Maybe it's just because Andor nailed the Star Wars feel more than anything has, that nothing really I feel like nothing compares. Like, I think the thing that I liked about Andor was that it really feels like Star Wars, even when there's no stormtroopers or there's no Jedi or there's none of that, those like signifiers that we think of. But it still feels like Star Wars. And I don't think anything has really nailed that vibe as much. Like, I'm gonna watch this Acolyte. It feels like a lot of the characters on the Acolyte are actors in 2024. You know? Whereas like Andor still feels like the 70s. Like, I feel like Star Wars should be kind of like silly and still seem like the 70s, but also seem with all these futuristic elements. The actors in The Acolyte feel like they live in the year 2024, and they go on after they finish their shooting, they go on TikTok and scroll social media, and they have smartphones, and you know, that kind of thing. That's just what it feels like. I don't know if that makes sense. On your special big boy day, all I got for you was this party hat. Well, thank you, Blorsid. Thank you.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Rob.
Crackety crackin'. Thank you. Thank you for 40 whole months. Crackety crackin'. That's so many months. Thank you for that. That's like an insane amount of months. I'm almost finished my noodles here. Oh, okay. Good. That's a good start to the day. I hadn't had any breakfast or anything. Ugh. Okay, now I'm really ready to get going here. Ugh. I just watched Andor. It was super good. The funeral scene reminded me of the Sharina Bouaklis funeral when the police toppled her coffin. For sure, there's so many echoes of like modern things. I thought of a lot like Northern Ireland too, and like the IRA and all that stuff as well. You know, that's what ultimately what Star Wars is about, right? It's like an insurgency. It's a guerrilla insurgency against this mighty empire, and you can see echoes of that in all these different historical parallels. And it's really cool when Star Wars, you know, references that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think I'm with you, Lodane. I'm pretty anti-Jedi as well. The Empire is the most moral army in the galaxy. Excuse me. Okay, now I'm kind of sweating. Now I'm kind of sweating because of the spicy noodles. Whew. Whew. Hey Husker, how's it going? I was anti-Jedi before Mark Hamill's last 5 years, but now, holy shit. How do you miss the point of your own fucking movie so badly? Like, it's honestly impressive. It's honestly impressive. How do you miss the point of your own fucking movie so badly? And it's like, during the Trump years, I've seen Hamill, like, retweet that thing that's like, oh, Luke Skywalker, that's, like, sympathetic with, like, this kind of resistance idea. Luke Skywalker saw that his family was killed and immediately joined this like fanatic religious terrorist cell. When Trump was in power, Mark thought that was okay to promote. And then as soon as Joe Brandon's in power, Mark Hamill completely loses sight of what his own fucking movie is about. Pretty disappointing. You know, it's not that I support the Empire, but the Empire is playing an important role right now, arming and funding this burgeoning democracy over here on this planet here, fighting against this evil ally that's trying to take them over. So it's not that I support the Empire, but, you know, the Empire is often wrong, but this time they're getting it right. This time they're arming and backing these militant groups and militias that are under threat from their nearest neighbor. And the Empire is benevolently swooping in and helping out this movement. You know, they don't always get it right, but this time we got to support them. I started watching Ashoka. It has some good scenes. Yeah, I don't really have a huge connection to the character because I never really watched Clone Wars or any of the stuff that that character's featured in. I guess that's why, again, I don't want to go be one of these guys. I mean, I guess I do in a way, but I think that's why I liked watching Endor, was because it was just away from that whole. It just felt like it's this story that exists while all these big overarching family dramas and Jedi versus Sith things are taking place, but it takes place like away from all that and follows people that are just like living out their lives and the real people that caused this rebellion to become this phenomenon, you know? It's not this big family melodrama that that's being controlled by these powerful people. It's being created from the ground up from average everyday folks around the galaxy, which is what I thought was cool that Endor focused on. And like I've talked about it before, the moment I was sold on Andor is in the first episode. There's that scene. Excuse me if I've talked about this before and it's annoying to hear about, but there's that scene with Chief Inspector Hein in the first episode of Andor when they're talking about this like murder that sets off the whole chain of events of Andor, and the guy's just like, leave it alone, like don't pursue this, I don't want to do the paperwork, just don't look into this, don't pursue it. And I was watching that scene and I was just like, I've never seen anything like this in Star Wars before, but it still feels like it's in that universe. That's what was so cool about it. Like, it feels like it's part of the universe, but it's something that I had never seen before in that universe. These bureaucrats, and the way that these like tiny decisions snowball into these big consequential events. I thought that was so cool. I love Chief Inspector Hein. He's a top 5 Star Wars character for me. I believe in Chief Inspector Hein's supremacy. He actually knew what his job was, and he was right. Like, it literally, if the guy Cyril, I think is the guy's name, if he had just listened to this fucking guy, there would have been no rebellion. There would have been no Death Star explosion. It's literally this guy was like, just don't look into this, and the whole empire would have been saved if this random bureaucrat old man had been listened to, who just didn't want to fill out the paperwork. Yeah, he had a security meeting later that day. It was going to fuck up his reputation. Man. Honestly, like, there was a lot of cool stuff in that series and all kinds of cool effects and characters and space stuff, but that was really what sold me on Andor. Chief Inspector Hein just being like, please don't look into this. Why'd the Death Star blow up? Didn't feel like doing paperwork. Well, it's the opposite. It's that he didn't feel like doing the paperwork, but then the guy didn't pay attention to him because he's this like climbing crypto-fascist piece of shit who wants to prove himself, so he doesn't listen to Hein. And then that sets off this massive chain of events that leads to the Empire's total destruction. I could imagine Hein and whatever happens after because I think he gets fired. I could imagine him like looking at galactic news reports at the Empire, the Death Star being attacked by terrorists like months later after that incident. He's just like, oh, fuck's sake. It begs the question of how many random Chinese bureaucrats whose names we'll never know have saved us from a new world war. Totally, yeah. Yeah. Or in the USSR. Hello, Dan. What a sweetie. What a fuzzy little guy. And I do like Degs. I'd like to see Snatch again, actually. The movie. I would like to see the movie Snatch again. Now that you mention it. Anywho. That was my weekend. That's all. That's all I got. Hung out with my kid as usual. You know. Watched films. Watched Platoon. Watched the NBA Finals. Ate a lot of good food. Pretty standard for me. No Xanax-induced cooking. I haven't had a reason to take any more Xanax lately. I ordered some new stuff as well. I don't know if I told you folks about this shelf situation. I need in my living room, like where I'm looking right now, I had a bunch of extra books and stuff that I was just like sitting in a bunch of bags. So I wanted like a bookshelf that's like not high like this, but long, you know? I tried to be cheap. And find one on Amazon rather than just get the one from IKEA that I know is going to be good. I was like, surely this I'm saving $50 by ordering this shelf from China on Amazon, which will probably be just as good. And it wasn't. It's way smaller than I thought it was. It was damaged when it got here. I can see it now, like see the shelves bending under the weight of just like some books and DVDs. Like you can see it bending. If you touch it, it goes like and it's like close to falling over. So I was able to get a refund. I was able to get a refund on my shelf. I wrote Amazon and I was like, this thing's gonna fall over any moment. The boards are damaged. It doesn't look like it did in the picture when I ordered it. And I got a refund on my shelf. It's held together by the backing. Well, even the backing, like if the shelves are this big, the things of backing are they're two strips. So you have to like so even the back has like a big slit in the middle of it. So I got a refund on my shelf. And Pelicans, I ordered a new one. I'm sure you're right that I could find one where the rich undergrads are moving from, but I just ordered a new one. I got a refund on my shelf and I was like, I'm just going to get the shelf that I want from IKEA. I ordered that and some twinkly lights for my balcony and some chairs to sit on out there. I think I'm going to get one of those zero gravity chairs as well, so I can soak up the sun out there this summer. I need to get a tan. I'm going to get a tan. I think I'm going to get a zero gravity chair for my balcony. So I'll have a little table, couple chairs, zero gravity chair, some twinkly lights. I think I'm going to get some planters and some flowers and shit to put out there as well. I'm feeling good about that, and I'm looking forward now to my new shelf because it's way more substantial, way more space to put stuff, and it's got some surface area. I can put a plant, I can put some lighting stuff on there. My apartment is ever so slowly coming together. That is good advice, Lodane. That's very good advice. Thank you, Alex Midnight, and thanks everyone who has wished me a happy partner anniversary.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
All the notifications.
Thank you, Pork Tree, for the 3 months. I appreciate it. The alerts seem to be working. That's nice. Who knows how long that's gonna last? But yeah, I'm looking forward to my shelf coming in. My patio is going to be in better shape. And thanks everyone for the partner anniversary. Congratulations. You know, very happy to be here on twitch.tv doing this show each and every day. I've got my problems with the Twitch corporation. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I don't. But I do really enjoy being able to do this show and being able to hang out with each and every one of you.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Kijiji, thank you for the gifted sub as well. And if anyone else wants to support the show, please subscribe if you can. Get all the tiny little images. You can support this program that I do every single day. And you can be part of the community. You can support the work that I do on here. Every little bit helps, and I appreciate it a lot. For everyone that wants to subscribe, you can also subscribe totally free if you have an Amazon Prime account. Very easily, you can take that Amazon Prime account and convert that to a Twitch Prime sub. What the? Risk Converse, thank you for the gifted sub. Why are we getting that alert now? What's that? What's going on with that? We love to support a small business. That's right, Takadude. I'm a humble small business owner. The default gift alert, good. Which is funny because we've already had a couple of the normal ones, so why not just have one of those randomly? Why not? But thank you, Risk Converse, for the gifted sub. I really appreciate it. And all the support over the last couple of months. We still have an alert situation, apparently. Apparently, yes. Oh. Yeah, get that zombie guy on there as well. Look at my hair. Wow. I am getting my hair cut. I made an appointment to get my hair cut on Wednesday. So if you've grown accustomed to the shag look, the shaggy mullet look, I am going to get it reined in a little bit on Wednesday. I still am going to keep the mullet though, because I'm into having a mullet now. So I don't think that's changing, but I'm going to rein this in a little bit. Wednesday is the new 9/11. I'm sorry, Mistress of Insanity. I'm not going to get it cut short, you know? It's just like I can't just let it grow. It's just too much. I'm sorry to disappoint you if you've grown accustomed to this look that I have here. Time for a nice toasted tomato sandwich. Sounds very nice, Pelicans. And you know what? I normally say tomato. I would normally say tomato. I don't know why I said it like that just now. I guess sometimes you can switch it up. Like, look at this, though. Look at this. Crackety Kraken, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, Crackety Kraken. It's the alerts started normal and now they switched. How is it switching? What the hell is going on this website? Lodan, are you going to follow that up with something to wash that down with? It heard you were getting a haircut and got mad. Release me from sub jail, I beseech thee. Diego, why don't you take a little bit of time, okay? You just moved. Literally no one has been more supportive of this community than you. I recognize that. We all recognize that. Take some time, okay? You just moved. Just chill out for a little bit, okay? Believe me, I appreciate the support. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate it a lot. Just chill out for a little bit, all right? Other people can support the show for a little while. I'm gonna be fine. The show is gonna be fine. The show is gonna continue. This is what the extra $1 a month goes towards. Apparently it was, I am getting because they adjusted the cost of the subs. Apparently I'm making more money per sub now. I still haven't gotten a payout since the shift happened, so. Thank you, Bert Handsome. Thank you, Bert. I appreciate it. Diego gives 3,000 subs to Rob. I haven't done enough. I mean, listen, maybe this is not best practice. Maybe this is not a best practice if you're trying to like earn a living on this platform, but like, you know, you gotta just take a little pause sometimes, I think. You know? Diego's got a lot going on. You gotta worry about taking care of yourself and worry less about taking care of me. You ready for more Dragon bullshit discourse next week? Absolutely. In fact, I've been really planning on rewatching the season 1. But I just haven't really had the time because the NBA playoffs for the last like 6 weeks have just taken up all my free time. But I am looking forward to getting back into that. Absolutely. I was really surprised last year how much I got sucked back into it. I was really like, no way I'm gonna get sucked back into this Dragon bullshit. And like 4 episodes in, I was just like, God damn it, I'm in. You know what I mean? I fully let my guard down and got absolutely pulled right back into it. What happened to Kyrie? I don't know if anything happened. I mean, the Celtics defense is pretty good, only fact, but obviously he needs to be, if they want to have any chance of winning, he needs to be way better. Like they need 30 a game from Kyrie and Luka minimum if they want to win. Like I said, I'm guaranteeing the Mavs are going to win Game 3 in Dallas. Lock it in, 100% guarantee. And then that's going to change the tenor of the whole series. I put my savings on Mavs moneyline Game 3. Thanks, Rob. That's good. I think that's a good idea to do. That's official financial advice. If anyone needs to like take out if you want to easy money, if you want to like take out a second mortgage or something like that, just put all your possessions on the line. Guaranteed. Easy money. We all like money, right? This is official financial betting advice from me, Rob Rousseau. 100% guarantee. The Dallas Mavericks, America's team, will be winning Game 3. Am I going to become a bookie? Yes. I was going to gift 1,000 subs, but I guess I'll do that instead. Good. Thank you. Because I don't care about myself. I want you to do well. The Hove. I don't care about my own personal situation. I want people in the community to thrive. All right? Dallas beat number 1 OKC Thunder 4-2, so there's still a chance. And 2-0 isn't the biggest hole. Obviously, it's like they're behind the 8 ball. I mean, there's no denying that. I think what I was saying, only fact, is like, for me, it's the Wolves and Nuggets series. Like, after 2 games, everyone was like, this series is over. The Nuggets are going to get swept. They have no chance of winning. Series fully over. Wolves advancing. And then the Nuggets win 3 games really convincingly. Every single person that said that says, forget what I said before. I was totally wrong. Wolves are done. They're finished. Nuggets are 100% winning the series. Absolutely guaranteed. And then the Wolves go on to win the next 2 games and win the series. So it's like I was saying before, basketball, I think, is like one of the. All sports is like this in a way, but basketball in particular is like every game can turn out completely differently, even with the exact same players, the exact same set of circumstances. If they do lose game 3, then they are fucked. I mean, there's no real getting around that, but you can't really call it, let's say, like, oh, the series is over until it's really actually over. Our dog's name's Lenny? That's nice, though, Dane. I don't think you should worry about that. Lenny's a great dog name. Fantastic dog name. Okay, so I think that's everything that I wanted to talk about. I talked about my weekend stuff, movies, Star Wars, NBA, my shelf. I think that's like pretty much everything that I wanted to discuss. Does anyone else have any other weekend stuff you want to talk about? Any other interesting weekend activities happen? I gotta say, too, I guess the final thing I can talk about right now is that, like, I'm kind of trying, like, I've talked about it a little bit before, but I'm kind of trying a big, like, moonshot, possibly life-changing thing right now, and I'm kind of in this holding pattern while I wait to see how that works out. Which is kind of, it's exciting. I'm trying to keep my expectations as low as possible. Like I've talked to you folks about before a little bit, I wrote a pilot with my friend Abdul, which I think is pretty good. It's currently it's currently being looked at by people that have the ability to like possibly make things. So I'm in this kind of holding pattern while I wait to hear the results of that. And if that was something that worked out, it's going to be this like really kind of crazy and exciting thing. And maybe it won't. It probably won't, actually. It most likely will not, to be totally clear. And I'm trying to always maintain that mentality. But it's exciting though, because like, you know, what if? Why not me? That's always been my kind of guiding mentality when it comes to like trying to do things in my entire adult life. Why not me? You know, I've always tried to do things that are like really hard to do. You know? And sometimes when things are really hard or they look really difficult to do, it's a really good excuse to just not try. And I'm also fortunate enough to have been able to try because like I have a little bit of support, you know? But that's been my whole guiding principle, my whole adult life. Why not me? Like, just try. Just try to do the thing.
Old Rob,
you know?
To talk you through all this.
Oh, and The Boys Season 4 this week. Woohoo, more Butcher.
Thank you, Terrell, for the 21 months of Tier 1. I appreciate it. I never finished Season 3. Maybe I should get on that. Remember, trying is the first step towards failure. That's right. I mean, well, that's sometimes. A lot of the time it is. But one guaranteed way to never have the things that you want to happen is to not try. And that's always been my sort of guiding philosophy. You know, when I was 17, 18, it was like, I want to be like a rock star. You know, and I really tried. I really tried to do that and was somewhat successful. I want to have a platform online where I can talk about the news and politics and do podcasts and streams and stuff like that. And I fucking somehow, I don't totally understand how this happened, but that happened. I made that into a thing. Ob's going to go for an EGOT, says Mistress of Insanity. Ob, apparently. That's interesting. And like my one thing that I've wanted to do since I was a little kid, since I was a little tiny little guy, is I want to write screenplays and make films and TV shows and get into that world. And I'm trying to do it, you know? And maybe it won't work. You know what? It probably won't work. It probably won't. But that's been since I was as early back as I can remember, a real dream of mine, and I am trying to make it happen. And like I said, it's so easy just to never try that kind of stuff. It's so easy to be like, oh, it's too hard, it's impossible, it's not going to work, it's a waste of time. And yeah, if that's your attitude, yeah, it's not going to work. You're right. You know. But I've never really had that attitude, and I've always been fortunate enough that I have a support system that encouraged me to pursue these kinds of things, which is not possible for everyone. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Like I said, I'm just kind of in a holding pattern while I wait to see the results of some of that. And you know what? If it doesn't work out, that's fine. That's okay. And I'm going to keep trying to, find success in things that I find interesting and cool. That's always been my kind of guiding principle. Ab Uso. Wow. Afternoon, what did I miss? Not really anything. It's just been an hour here, and I ate some noodles, and I talked a little bit about my weekend and sports and a few other things. We could talk about Platoon. I don't know. I did write a review of Platoon. I'm trying to encourage people to follow my my Letterboxd account.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Shoot for the moon, and even if we miss, we'll be among the stars.
Shoot for the moon, and even if we miss, we'll be among the stars. Thank you, Effusive Stoic, for 31 months. I really appreciate that. You know what my mom always told me is nothing ventured, nothing gained. That's something my mom has told me my whole adult life. And I'm so lucky, you know, my mom has always been really, really supportive of me in all the weird and crazy and like abnormal things that I have tried to accomplish in my adult life. You know, if your parents are sitting there going, it's not going to work, get a real job, stop fucking around, you know, it's tricky. And I'm so fortunate. My dad as well. But my mom has been so supportive of all the weird shit that I've been trying to do my whole adult life. And that's something that has been so valuable to me, and always something that as a parent as well, that I'm always going to try and pass on as well. And here's my Letterboxd account. If you want to follow that, I just reviewed Platoon. I'm trying to do reviews of everything that I watch. Sometimes I don't get around to it, but follow me on Letterboxd as well, if you want to. Did you see this gooning news from the weekend? I can't say that I did. I cannot say that I did. Let's take a look at this.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist
Who's
based
this?
in Canada. I was turned on to
Is
this
it Grom?
sick individual, and I found this.
Grom, hello. Thank you for the raid, Grom. I appreciate it. Welcome, raiders. Bring it in here. Bring it in here. How was the Grom stream today? How's it going? We're just looking at some important news.
Through all this.
We're just looking at some really important news right now, and not another bean stain. Thanks for the 10 months of Prime. So Grom and Grom Raiders, let me get your feedback on this. Imagine the first person to get diagnosed with gooning-induced psychosis. This is from the r/meth subreddit. Coming off a crazy 3-day gooning binge, I've Googled some questionable stuff. Just had a 3-day meth session where I took, in quotes, boofed, or in brackets, boofed, around 150 milligrams at least of meth each day to goon to online material on my phone. A couple of breaks in between, and had about 3 hours sleep only within the 3 days with just one meal. I'd also taken one Viagra tablet on day 2 for the first time ever. I can't read because of the arrow. It was a crazy 3 days where my total actual literal jacking off time was 33 hours out of the 72 hours. I ended up using 2 whole 500 milliliter bottles of baby oil, about 750 milliliters of coconut oil, and 1,000 milliliters of jelly water-based lube. I constantly switched between 2 large vibrating prostate massagers. I'm not gay. In brackets. Oh boy, does my rear now hurt. Both of my forearms are destroyed. No friction issues with the D, but it still feels very bruised. By day 3, I was experiencing psychosis where I thought people were outside my house. I agree, butt stuff is not gay. Couldn't agree more, Grom. I'm glad we can come together on this important subject. Oh, VJ Prashant, think about this. It's a great question. I don't know. I should email this to him. Maybe I should email this to historian and author and analyst and commentator VJ Prashad. Email him this story and just get it just with the thoughts on this. Just with the thoughts on this with this image posted under it. And thank you, Anon, for gifting a sub to Grom Storino. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Anon. Men will literally goon for 3 days straight and end up hallucinating rather than go to therapy. I mean, I don't want to judge anyone's lifestyle. I don't want to judge anyone else's lifestyle. I feel like this is not healthy, though. You know? I don't want to be sex negative. I don't often, talk about that. Sometimes I think it should be more kept to, a personal level. Not to say that you need to be a prude or whatever, but sometimes I just feel like it's more of a personal thing rather than something you should be sharing with the whole world. You know? I'm not shaming anyone's lifestyle. But this does not seem healthy to me. Nothing about this seems healthy. My thoughts on this is that I'm impressed he was able to climax on meth. Coming on meth is jerking off on hard mode. Well, he doesn't actually mention any climaxing. At no point does he mention that. He mentions a lot of jacking off. What's the number of hours? 33 hours of jacking off. A lot of prostate vibration. He doesn't mention anything about actually climaxing. The gooning, I feel, is not the biggest problem. It's doing meth for 3 days. I think that's a good point. That's a good way of looking at it. But gooning means coming a lot. Otherwise, it's edging. I thought gooning was just the process, which involves a lot of edging traditionally. You know? Googled questionable stuff also has me worried. For sure, I'd be interested to know what that was all about. Gooning is long form edging. I don't know, Grom. I think there might be some dispute on that. There might be some dispute on what the term means. I don't know. Like I said, it doesn't seem like it's very healthy. Not to judge anyone's lifestyle or be sex negative, anything like that. Turn my gain down on my camera. He's being an enforcer in hockey. I thought gooning was watching a copious amount of porn, like multiple at once. Well, that's my understanding. That is my understanding. It's a long-term session of multiple screens of pornography and a lot of jacking off. Beyond that, though, like, I'm not so sure. How many screens are required for gooning? Asking for a friend. That I'm not sure, Tikiero. I feel like I'm going to say 2 minimum. I'm going to say 2 minimum, but the real dedicated gooners are going up 3, 4, 5 screens. Can you split your screen? I guess. Yeah, I think as long as you have multiple, if this, Jesus Christ. Sorry, sometimes I step outside my body and think about like what we're talking about. And it's like, you know, I get caught up in the conversation, and sometimes it just like it like occurs to me that I'm sitting on a camera like online like discussing this, and I'm like, ooh. I just turned 41 years old, by the way. Just in case that's not clear. I am glad that you shared that link, actually. I'll need to check my video card drivers. Yeah, I think you need multiple inputs, whether that's in the same screen or whatever, but I think there needs to be multiple. Although this person's just saying on my phone, so maybe the dedicated gooners might disagree with that analysis, you know? Metabolic age of 29, though. I don't know. Like, sometimes I feel like with a metabolic age of like 79. Multiple inputs. Oh. You know, we're going to be talking about serious news and stuff on this stream. The proletariat's meth gooner watching a single porn video on his phone is like that's like a gooning Luddite. "72 hours of jerking it is pretty serious than just saying." Well, to be clear though, it was a 72-hour period that involved 33 hours of jacking off. So really, it's only 33 hours over a 3-day period, which isn't that much when you think about it. First things first, they need some moisture to the abused skin. It seemed like they were moisturizing and a lot during the period. Next 50 subs, Rob should sing "I'll Be Goon Till November" by Wyclef Jean. That's an awesome song. I'll be goon till November, I'll be goon till November. I'm watching porno on my phone till November, I'll be goon till November, I'll be goon till November. How many of those hours were consecutive? I feel like this thread asks more questions than it answers. You know? I think it asks more questions than it answers. I keep getting offers for real life partners, and I'm like, you'll ruin my gooning schedule, and I haven't trained to keep up. Or I'll sad and build a gooning gym in the college kid's old bedroom. Honestly, what were they doing for the other half if they only had 3 hours of sleep? That's a good question. Posting, probably? I'm sure some video games were involved. Are any of Rob Rousseau's family members watching today? I was just talking about like my mom and how my mom's been supportive. I'm sure she tuned in. She tunes into this show sometimes. That would be great, actually. That would be really fantastic if she had chosen today to tune in, or any other day, actually, since this comes up virtually every single day on this show now. She's like showing, my son's like a serious political analyst and commentator. What? Look at this. Tunes in, I'm just talking about jacking off for 33 hours straight over a 72-hour period. This is my adult son. He's a middle-aged man. This is my adult son. He's a middle-aged man, and he talks about the news and politics. Look at this. You tune in. How many of those jacking off hours were consecutive? You know? You can make some serious political analysis about the social conditions that gooning represents. Or just say stuff like the dialectics of gooning, and it passes as serious discussion. Exactly. You just give it this kind of academic language.
So they coined it? There's an expression, I don't know if they coined it or whether it's a commonplace in your generation. The expression is gooning, G-O-O-N-I-N-G.
Grooming or gooning?
Gooning, G-O-O-N-I-N-G. It means basically being transfixed with porn, video porn, for like 24, 48 hours straight. If straight's the right word there. And it struck me, now I know this is going to sound harsh, but it struck me that even though this crowd considered itself bohemian, and even though this crowd considered itself, what would you say, anti-establishment, it struck me this was exactly the crowd that would go over to fascism.
Much to think about. Much to think about, folks. What more do you even say? What more can you even add on to that? You know? I don't know. Break off and discuss amongst yourselves. Break off into working groups. Break off into working groups, and we're going to get to the bottom of this. Just hang on one sec, folks. Just talk to the chair for a sec. I'm just going to get a Diet Coke. One moment, please. Break off into your gooning struggle sessions. Real jackers reject fascism. I agree. Couldn't agree more. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's very nice. And reminder, of course, that all this content is sponsored by the Coca-Cola Corporation, Diet Coke. Very happy to be a proud sponsored stream from the Coca-Cola Corporation, and they endorse all of this discussion and all of this analysis. My client just canceled. Back to serious goon business. Good. I think this is more important than whatever client meeting work situation that you're dealing with right now. Oh. I swear, like, I don't know how many Diet Cokes I've had in my life, but it's like I just take a sip of an ice cold Diet Coke and I'm like, oh, every time. Like, how many have I had? You know, thousands? Tens of thousands? I take a sip, it's nice and cold, and it's like, oh, baby. Every time. Every time. You've had 0 because 1,000 times 0 is 0. With all those thousands of DCs, 0 calories have been ingested. What's your take on Pilk? I have never tried Pilk. I mean, I don't. It doesn't sound very appealing to me. But like, there's a float, right? There's a root beer or a Coke float, which adds in the like ice cream stuff. So I imagine if you include a little bit of dairy into a Coke, it would probably be all right. Not really something that I have a ton of interest in trying myself, but like, it's the cousin of the float, which is a widely accepted form of like dessert soda treat, you know? Half Diet Coke, half heavy cream. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's something I'm going to be trying anytime soon. Root beer floats hit hard. Really, now I'm kind of craving that. I haven't had one. I haven't had like a root beer float in quite some time. That would be nice, though. That would be a nice little treat. Have you tried the DP cream sodas? They rule. Yeah, I mean, everyone knows how much I do love DP. But no, I don't think I've tried the cream sodas. They don't really have like a lot of the different Dr. Pepper varieties. Like, I remember they used to for a while in Canada have those, but like I don't really ever see those at the store. The different kinds of Dr. Peppers. You get traditional or diet, and I don't really see often the different variations. Oh, this sounds interesting, Pork Tree. I'd really love a splash of Dr. Pepper in a Diet Coke or Pepsi. It's nice. That sounds interesting. Authoritarian Trudeau only lets us have original DP, and on Pride Month it's mandatory as well. Mandatory DP on Pride Month. In Trudeau's dictatorship regime. Now, I'm not complaining personally, but some people might have an issue with it. Jesus. How to transition into talking about serious business now? That's the eternal question. That is the eternal question. That's the internal question. Fuck. I can't now. I can't turn it off. I prefer abrupt turns. I hate that people spell it Segway now because of the fucking scooter. It's funny how those, like, there was a time when that was supposed to be like this big, like, life-changing, like, society-changing thing. I wonder why that didn't materialize. Segways were supposed to be like the whole, it was supposed to change our entire urban development, you know, change our whole society. Yeah, the company owner and founder segued off a cliff. How long has Trudeau been PM? Is Canada some sort of dictatorship? Yeah, I mean, going on, we're a decade into the Trudeau regime, you know? Son of the former leader, no term limits, 10 years of Trudeau leadership. But, oh yeah, this is very democratic, though. This is liberal democracy at its finest. The London tourist segways are just endless people taking hard falls. It's all the people in like their 70s too. They're fragile. You know, hold on, I'm gonna try one thing here. I hope this doesn't fuck up the camera. If it does, I'm sorry. I didn't water my plants. You see my plant there in the corner. I was like concerned because you can see the Diet Cokes on the table. Oh God. The one thing on the table that I didn't move. My plant there in the corner, it started to like, it was really lilted. It looked really sad and depressed. And I thought it was going to die. And I'm happy that it's been revitalized, but now I want to make sure that it's getting enough water here. Okay? So just one sec. Sorry about that. Sorry.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Now this is the content I'm willing to pay for.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
You just know you be drillin' farts into that couch RN.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Best most entertaining stream so far.
Wow. Okay. Was a nice lay down? It was, yeah, actually. It was. That was a very nice little lie down. See, now Phoenix is leaving now. We got community members coming in here, excited that they found something a little bit different. A stream, the only stream on Twitch where you can watch a 41-year-old man have a little lie down, a little relaxation session. And now people are leaving. But that's a little sneak peek if you ever wondered like what my life is like, you know? That's it. That's what I do at night. When I'm not on here.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk
nice
you through
natural
all
light
this.
come in. I got a lot of natural light. I got a ton of natural light here. It's nice. And even today is quite overcast. Like today is like, usually I have sunlight just pouring in here, but this is what I do at night. I think I will do that one night. I think I will do that when the NBA's on. I'm pretty sure my XLR cable is very small. It's because I didn't want to have like a big long cable like coiling up all over the place. My XLR is pretty short. I'm sure I can get a mic over there very easily though. No, I didn't really talk about that, Diego. I mean, I never really want to like, you know, call out people that I know or people that I like work with and stuff. It's just uncomfortable. But I do think though that this whole idea, like go back to any like guerrilla insurgency. This idea of like, oh, the ANC doesn't actually care about South Africans. Hamas doesn't actually care about Gazans. The Viet Cong doesn't actually care about Vietnamese. You know, I don't really like understand. You know who cares about the Palestinian people? Me, personally, like Mr. Westerner. The people that are actually like taking up arms to fight the like colonialist occupier. Oh no, they don't care about average people. Like I don't really get this viewpoint. I don't really understand it. I think when you look at interviews from a lot of people that are in Hamas and part of this armed wing, like they don't even really want to be doing it. They're doing it because they care about their community, because they care about where they live. They're defending their home from where they live from this like heavily armed military occupation. You know, I think most people would rather be just hanging out and chilling out and hanging out with their families. I just don't really understand this viewpoint, honestly. And I think it's a little bit for anyone, you know, not about anyone in particular. I think it's a little bit chauvinistic to suggest that people that are engaging in armed struggle against colonialist occupation don't care about the people that like around where they live. I just don't really get this idea. Yeah, they just do it for fun. Exactly. That's right, Risk Inverse. That's right. The Viet Minh got parasites in tunnels just for the lols. Exactly. I think just inherent, like taking that stance is kind of like putting the blame for the violence and dehumanization that Palestinians have had to go through on Palestinians. Because you're taking this idea that like they're harming Palestinians by like engaging in this armed struggle, you know? And it's not the occupying army that is the one harming Palestinians. They just want to riot and start trouble. Again, I don't quite get this viewpoint. My lighting's all messed up now because I wanted to make it more bisexual for everybody. I mean, I think this is just a problem with like the Western left, like such as it is, right? This idea, like of course I support Palestinians, but I draw the line at like Palestinians that actually pick up weapons and pick up arms and try and fight back against the IDF. Of course, I find that Israel and the IDF detestable, but I'm equally detested by the people that are fighting them, you know? Of course I support Palestinians, but I draw the line at saying anything good about Iran, who are actively helping and arming this struggle. You know what I mean? I draw the line there. That's a little too uncouth. Perfect victims only. Exactly. This is kind of what we demand sometimes. This is what I don't get. People are trying to have this like take this kind of position, and I think it's increasingly nonsensical over the last 8 months. I think it's increasingly nonsensical to be like, of course I support Palestinians, of course I don't like Israel, I don't support Israel, but I could never possibly like say that I support Iran. Are you crazy? I can't say that. I can't possibly say anything good about the country that's materially supporting the Palestinian armed struggle. You know, I don't think this is a really coherent viewpoint anymore. I really don't. Oh, excuse me. I'm a little sleepy from that little lie down now. Oh, and once again, sorry. Thank you to S. Scat, and thank you to Bleep Lord for the 200 bits. Thank you to PM Trio for the 10 months. And Anon, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, Anon. I am going to do an entire stream like that eventually. And, you know, it's part of the same thing. Of course, I don't support U.S. imperialism. Of course, I don't support U.S. hegemony. But I draw the line at saying anything that's sympathetic towards Russia's viewpoint, you know? Of course, I don't support the United States. I don't support U.S. imperialism. But I draw the line at saying anything that's supportive of Russia's viewpoint. I draw the line of saying anything supportive about China because of all these human rights abuses and all this stuff. I draw the line there. Of course, I don't support U.S. militarism or U.S. imperialism, but anyone that's meaningfully like pushing back against that, I also don't support that either. I just don't really think this is like a viewpoint that is really makes a lot of sense anymore. It was almost an aptic here. If I had really committed, I maybe could have made it happen. And like again, you don't have to like support every single thing about the Russian government or the Iranian government or Hamas. Hamas is like a conservative group. You know, I'm a progressive, secular, Western Marxist. Yeah, I'm gonna have plenty of things that I disagree with about like the Russian government or the Iranian government or Hamas, a group like Hamas, which is a group that's come from this like extremely specific set of really horrific conditions, you know? And you don't need to like support every single fucking viewpoint or every single thing about these people or these states, these groups. Well, you can also recognize the role that they're playing and support that, you know? If you support Palestinians and you support the right for Palestinians to engage in armed struggle, which is with not only morally correct, but legally correct as well. It doesn't make sense to denounce everyone that's actually doing that. And I only support it as part of this kind of like hypothetical kind of thought experiment. I support that. But materially, when shit actually starts happening, that's when I have to like distance myself from it because it's so uncouth, you know? I don't know. I just don't. This is not what I'm about anymore. Funnily enough, China and Russia aren't perfect either. It doesn't change who the bad guys are. Yeah, and then you have people that will be like, of course I'm against U.S. imperialism, but these places are worse, right? All these alternatives to it, and these states that are meaningfully chipping away at Western hegemony are even worse. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to support the empire that I currently live in on this one, you know? The worst part is when I laugh as well. That's baby brained. That's childish baby empire baby babble, you know? When people say this kind of stuff. Dr. Yasman, thank you. Turns out all alternatives to genocide are worse than genocide. Oh, jeez. Excuse me. Oof. They either left or writing a novel right now. We had a chud? I didn't even see that. Who was that? I was too busy chilling. I was too busy relaxing. Oh well. Okay, I'm going to take one more moment to just go to the bathroom, and then I'm going to come back and we can get a little bit more serious here. I'm not taking into the bathroom cam, though. I'm going to draw the line at that. Hang out with the chair for one more moment. I'm going to come back and we'll get some video content going and everything like that. And then all that good stuff. Did you see that? Did you see that with the little trick there with the skull? That was pretty cool, right? Jay, you saw nothing. You saw absolutely nothing. You saw nothing at all. Okay.
There's an expression, I don't know, they coined.
Okay. I was on another tanky therapy yesterday. I guess it hasn't been posted yet. There was a couple technical difficulties on the tanky therapy stream. Keep an eye out for that, though. It's a pretty good one. Oh, I'm so tired. I'm actually quite rested. I slept a lot on Saturday. On Saturday, I went to bed at like 10. I went to bed at like 10 p.m. Oh. Okay, let me just find some. Let me wheel in the VHS machine here. The VHS machine. That's how far removed I'm getting from my youth instead of saying VCR. Oh, jeez, why am I so sleepy? I got tons of rest. It's not even 3 p.m. and I've already got the 3 p.m. EPs. Perhaps lying down on my sofa for 30 minutes was not the best idea if I wanted to have the energy to carry myself through this rest of this stream here. I actually would like to get I wouldn't mind getting a VCR. I wouldn't mind getting a VCR at all. Being able to look back on some of those classic VHSs. Before we move on to the next segment, if you do want to support this stream, this weird stream where you watch a grown adult man lie on a sofa for like 30 minutes, please do subscribe if you can. I wonder how that was for audio only, gang. It was 30 minutes of music and silence for audio only, gang. I hope that was okay. But if you do want to subscribe to this stream for whatever reason, this weird, strange stream where we go and take on little tropical trips to the ocean, where I lie on the sofa in total silence for, large chunks of it. If you do want to support it, please do if you can. It's $5 a month. If you have an Amazon Prime account, it's totally free to convert that to a Twitch Prime sub. Support this channel, support the work that I do here on Twitch. Join the community, support the community, get all the tiny little images. Get all the tiny little images that are available on this platform. Some of the very, very best tiny little images on this entire platform. You can get those for the small cost of $5 per month. Or you can give subscriptions or whatever else you want to do. Every little bit helps. I appreciate it a lot, and we become friends. And it's not parasocial. It's not parasocial, it's real. It's the real deal. All right?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Slub to TRRS hosted by Rob. Oh yeah.
Hell yeah. Progressive Canuck, thanks for 34 months, tier 1. Edging very close to the 36-month Pearl sub badge. Thanks, Progressive Canuck, for that. I appreciate it. All right. Well, let's transition into focusing on some actual news stuff now that it's been almost 2.5 hours of just whatever. Just pure silliness. And we do have to talk about this daring hostage rescue. This daring hostage rescue operation in which over 200 Palestinians were killed, including children. And I was once again exposed to the most horrific images that you can possibly imagine of Palestinian children murdered, disfigured, dismembered, mutilated beyond all recognition. And seeing people in our media, people in our political leaders, and just random people online celebrating this. Celebrating this like it's this big victory. And they needed a victory. Right? This is something we talked about all this on Tanky Therapy this week, so I hope people listen to it. And it's like Israel needed something that they could hold up as a victory. And like there's all this political turmoil going on in the Israeli government right now. They needed something that they could spin as we've actually accomplished something, right? Because they haven't accomplished any of their military objectives over the last 8 months. They haven't got back any of these hostages, even though they could have made deals for the hostages on like October 10th. They've killed way more hostages than they've actually rescued. And so not only does Israel need something that they can point to as being some kind of an actual military victory or win, but so does America. So does America and Canada and the UK and Germany and all these Western countries that have been fully backing this. You know, we need something we can spin as a victory here, as a W. You know, this daring rescue operation. Oh, this daring rescue operation. It's so exciting. Where these 4 hostages are finally extracted. And all it cost was over 200. Unelected Blair was saying 274. And it's so fucked up to see people openly celebrating this as this big win. To see Anthony Blinken, after all the images of this horrible carnage have come in, Anthony Blinken saying like, we celebrate this historic rescue operation and this kind of stuff. And yeah, very surgical strike. That's right. And one thing that occurred to me, and again, this is a point that I made on Tanky Therapy this week, but one thing that occurred to me is how fucked up it is that not just about this event, but really just over the last 8 months, that you can go on TV, you can go in Parliament or in Congress or wherever it is, and you can talk about the violence that Israel's been inflicting on the people of Gaza and say like, this is all justified because October 7th, because of the horrible crime of October 7th, all of this is justified. Oh, you're complaining that 200 civilians were murdered in the exchange in the rescue operation for these 4 hostages. Well, it's Hamas's fault. They shouldn't have taken the hostages to begin with. It's their fault. It's their fault. It's totally justified. And people are just out there making this case, and it's like from the highest levels of politics to just people in the media and just random people online making this kind of case. It's justified. Whereas just like apply that logic to any other country. Oh, Russia goes into Ukraine and kills 200 people to rescue 4 Russians that were being held prisoner. Oh, what's the problem? What are you complaining about? Well, they shouldn't have been taken prisoner in the first place. Why are you complaining? They were rescuing their people. It's justified. And this discrepancy between the fact that people are just openly justifying just the worst things you can imagine. I think this recent case, it really like drove this point home because it was like so stark, the levels of carnage versus people like congratulating themselves over it and spinning it like it's this big heroic victory. But the whole last 8 months of like bombing civilian infrastructure, bombing hospitals, assassinating journalists and doctors and nurses, journalists' families, children, and just saying like, well, it's justified. Look what happened on October 7th. It's justified. A deliberate starvation campaign against, almost 2 million people. Oh, it's justified because of October 7th. But like the way that like you can go and make that case, and you can literally be like the president of the United States or like the Secretary of State or the Prime Minister of Canada, and you can justify the murder of hundreds of people in an effort to get back these 4 hostages. But if you want to go on and say October 7th was justified, people say, oh, what? What? You can't say that. And you can lose your job. You can get deplatformed. You can get demonetized. People are scandalized by this when you say this. If you ever even not just justify it, not just justifying it, if you even try to provide some kind of context for October 7th, it didn't just happen in a vacuum. History didn't start that day. There's 70 years of occupation prior to that. And the Great March of Return, and the Gaza War in 2014, and and just go back through the years, all the way back to 1949. And people say, no, there's no justification. It sounds like you're trying to justify it. It sounds like you're trying to justify it. No, there's no justification for what happened on October 7th. No justification whatsoever. Nothing that Israel's done over the last 70 years can possibly justify what happened on that day. And if you do try to make this case, people will be really scandalized by it and be like, you're an anti-Semite, you support the genocide of Jewish people, you're basically a Nazi. But there's literally people seeing images of murdered children disfigured beyond all recognition, being like, well, it's justified. This is what I don't get. This is like the thing that has made me feel the most crazy over the last 8 months. This discrepancy over what violence is allowed, what violence is justified, and what isn't. And like we've been talking about, folks, October 7th, like that's if it's true that like if you in response to, if you're engaging in this military operation and civilians die and it's totally okay, that's what people say, right? Well, it's a war, the people that are like hand wringing over it, it's a war, civilians die in wars. That's just the way it goes. But like, if that's what people believe, and a lot of people say exactly this, when you're talking about the level of carnage and the level of civilian deaths, it's a war. Civilians die in wars. October 7th, as we've talked about many, many times, the primary targets of October 7th on that day were IDF checkpoints and military bases outside of a concentration camp, outside of the world's largest open-air prison. And like, if that's really what you believe, civilians die in a war, it's just what happens. Well, that's what happened on October 7th. It was a military operation in which non-combatants were killed. And you don't have to say, you can say, I think that's ugly. I think there's certain things went too far. Obviously, we can and should talk about how many of these non-combatants were killed by Israel in this mass Hannibal event, and the Apache helicopters and Hellfire missiles and tank shelling in these kibbutzes and all that stuff. But like, how is that not the same thing? It's a military operation. Non-combatants were killed. Hey, it's a war. It's a war, right? And that's what happens in wars. Non-combatants are killed. And even you get into and again, it's civilians. A lot of these civilians are current or former members of the IDF. That's crazy too, right? The images of like the women that were taken hostage, and you're showing like Instagram pictures of them, and when they're literally soldiers that were taken hostage at a military base. They were soldiers in a military base as part of a extremely well-armed and well-funded military occupation, and they get taken prisoner from their military base, and you share images online that they're these just like beautiful, innocent flowers, these beautiful, delicate flowers. It's so fucking weird. And yeah, when you have just truckloads of dead civilians, dead kids, it's like, well, what are you going to do? It's a war. People die in wars. What can you do? I find it so fucking strange. Genuinely. I really do find it so strange how scandalized people have gotten over the last 8 months. If you, again, not even justifying what happened October 7th, but just trying to provide context. Like, what's the meme? Oh, do you condemn Hamas? You must condemn. You must condemn. Condemn Hamas. And then the very same people are just totally unfazed by the most gruesome, grotesque images of murdered children, and the very first people that will justify it and be like, well, it's a war. It's justified. That is the thing that has made me feel the most crazy over the last 8 months. The way that it's been completely verboten to talk in this way about October 7th, and for anyone, that person has an image of a paraglider. Oh, they went to a protest, they've got an image of a paraglider. Fucking call the police. Get the police out here. You can't have an image of a paraglider. Oh, that's so upsetting. That's so scary. You're supporting violence. You're condoning violence. You're justifying violence. Oh no. Oh no. You know? And then they see the worst images possibly imaginable of dead kids, and it's like, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? It's a war. They started it. This is their own fault. It's their own fault that this happened. But don't say that about Israel, though. Don't say, well, it's their fault. It's their fault October 7th happened. Don't occupy and colonize a country if you don't want violent incidents like that to happen. How about that? You know? And for some reason, in our fucked up societies, it's become just like completely out of bounds to ever make this case. I find that really strange. And this whole daring rescue, I think really has underscored that, like more than anything. Because people are saying it's justified to rescue 4 people. We can kill 200 people. We'll kill 300. We'll kill 400. Who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. It's all justified. There is no limit. There is no limit of the number of people that we can kill to rescue these hostages. How many hostages has Israel taken of Palestinians? Significantly more. Significantly. No, the red line still has not been crossed. So let's look at this clip from Democracy Now! About this massacre.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. For more on the Israeli attack on the Nuseirat refugee camp that freed 4 Israeli hostages and killed at least 274 Palestinians, wounding about 700 people, we're joined by Omar Badar, a Palestinian-American political analyst, member of the National Policy Council of the Arab American Institute. He's joining us from Washington, D.C. If you can overall respond to what took place, and then because you're in D.C., Omar, talk about the Biden administration response.
Sure. Amy, there's no question that what unfolded in that operation is a massacre. I mean, we've seen just the bodies of hundreds of people.
One of the worst massacres that we've seen.
Including the bodies of children. We've seen absolutely horrific scenes at the hospitals of weeping parents and bloody children.
Well, this is what I was talking about, Bleep Lord. It's like not only did Israel need a win because it's been 8 months of them not accomplishing anything resembling like a military objective, but also America and Canada and all these Western backers need something they can spin as a win as well. And that's what they went with, this horrific massacre. It's sickening.
I mean, to look at a death toll of this scale and then to celebrate this kind of operation as some sort of success, you would basically have to openly say that the lives of Israelis are more valuable than the lives of Palestinians. That is the message that is sent by celebrating this operation. Now, there is no surprise at the fact that an apartheid government like Israel's would see it that way. They've made very clear that they have absolutely no regard for Palestinian life, that they don't see Palestinians as equal human beings deserving of the same dignity and rights that Israelis enjoy. But what's really disappointing is looking at the way that the Biden administration has reacted to all this, where the massacre is reduced to a footnote, while the focus is primarily on the lives of the hostages who have been rescued. That kind of contrast, this declaration from the Biden administration that the lives of Palestinians matter less than the lives of Israelis, is just absolutely outrageous and completely indefensible. It speaks to a fundamentally broken dynamic with American foreign policy towards the region for a very, very long time, in which Israel is treated like a country that is above the law and above any rules, and their lives simply matter more and they can do whatever they want so long as it favors Israel at the expense of the people around them. And that kind of approach has actually guaranteed that we're going to be living in a situation of perpetual conflict, because anytime you treat Palestinians the way Israel treats them, put them under indefinite military occupation.
This is what Trudeau and Biden and Anthony Blinken are spinning as this great victory. Look at this shit.
Treat them the way Palestinians are treated day in and day out under this brutal occupation. You are creating fertile ground for conflict, and that's why we're in the situation that we're in the first place.
Omar, Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor, said on the Sunday talk shows, quote, innocent people were tragically killed in this operation. The exact
They were
number
tragically
we don't
killed in
know,
this operation that we're
innocent
spinning as
people
this
were
great
killed,
success.
And that's heartbreaking. That's tragic.
Yeah. Amy, just imagine if it was the other way around, right? Imagine right now, as you and I are speaking, there are thousands of Palestinians who have been kidnapped out of Gaza. They're placed in Israeli detention centers across the border. And the treatment that they are witnessing day in and day out has been absolutely horrifying. There's a report in the New York Times from just a few days ago outlining the daily sexual abuse that these prisoners are actually undergoing, the torture. And we know for a fact that dozens of Palestinians have been killed in Israeli captivity over the past several months since October 7th to this day. And if you were to imagine a scenario right now in which Hamas conducts an operation, kills several hundred Israelis, and then rescues 4 Palestinians from Israeli detention, would anybody even know the names of those 4 Palestinians who have been rescued? Or would the entire world and our discourse be condemning the massacre that had taken place? Would that be what's dominating the headlines? We know the answer to that, and we know that we would not be reducing the massacre to nothing had it been the other way around. So yes, maybe Jake Sullivan can talk about how tragic it is that people are dying, but when push comes to shove, the United States is providing the military funding that is allowing for these casualties to occur on a regular basis. At this point, every major human rights organization in the world is describing Israeli conduct in Gaza as war crimes. They are describing the deliberate starving of children. Several of them have died of starvation as well. We are witnessing that the International Court of Justice has found that Israel is plausibly committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. And in light of all this, for the Biden administration to continue providing unlimited and unconditional military funding for Israel to carry on this genocidal slaughter in Gaza while expressing regret at the fact that some civilians are dying in the process, I mean, just who are they fooling? They are responsible for it in a direct way. If they do find it tragic, there is a very, very easy solution to it, and that is to put an end to U.S. military funding for Israel until Israel starts abiding by international law and stops this indiscriminate onslaught on the civilian population in Gaza.
I want to go to President Biden during a joint press conference with the French President Macron on Saturday.
But before I begin my remarks, I want to echo President Macron's comments welcoming the safe rescue of 4 hostages that were returned to their families in Israel. We won't stop working until all the hostages come home and a ceasefire is reached. That is essential to happen.
You sick piece of shit.
So what about this ceasefire? What about this deal? What about Israel and Hamas? The U.S. focuses on Hamas, whether they will accept the deal. President Biden introduced it as an Israeli deal, and yet Netanyahu has not
That has been one of the most fucked up,
Amy, I think it's really important for your
completely
audience to actually
backwards
understand
things that we've seen.
a bit of
The
merits
Israeli
of
peace
that ceasefire
deal
proposal. There has long been tension between the Israeli position, which is effectively a temporary ceasefire, a return of all the hostages to Israel, and then a continuation of the war, of this onslaught on Gaza that has so far killed nearly 40,000 people and just destroyed the overwhelming majority of the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, just return the hostages, give up your leverage, voluntarily disarm, and then we're going to go back to the bombing. Crazy that Hamas and the Palestinians don't want to accept that deal. What's the matter with them? It seems they must just worship war and death and violence.
And the Hamas position, on the other hand, they're saying they're willing to give up the hostages, but they need an end to this onslaught. They want a permanent ceasefire. And the proposal that Biden put forward effectively presents 2 phases. Phase 1 is a temporary ceasefire, and phase 2 is the permanent one. And in between, he's left it vague about what needs to be negotiated in order to get to the permanent ceasefire bit. And Netanyahu, I mean, both sides are suspicious for different reasons, right? Hamas is suspicious of that kind of deal because they're afraid they're going to be forced to give up nearly all the hostages at phase 1, and then the war is simply going to continue. And from Netanyahu's perspective, he's worried that when the war is halted in that temporary ceasefire, that the U.S. is going to apply significant pressure on Netanyahu to turn it into a permanent ceasefire. Now, Netanyahu immediately came out and effectively rejected any idea that the Biden plan is going to end the war because he said all Israel has offered is a plan that allows us to continue this war until Hamas is completely destroyed. So he's effectively openly rejected
lie down and
that
die
deal.
Quietly.
And the Biden administration, as it always does, then turns around and applies all the pressure that they want to On the Palestinian side, now they're trying to pressure Qatar into potentially throwing out Hamas, the Hamas leadership out of Qatar if they don't accept that deal. So time and again, we see this pattern where when push comes to shove, the Biden administration is unwilling to apply any meaningful pressure on Israel. They threatened it here and there. They talk about potentially withholding some weapons. And the second there's any bit of criticism of the Biden administration from right-wing politicians and frankly some establishment mainstream ones about how Biden is not backing Israel sufficiently, Biden immediately panics and just throws another unlimited supply of weapons in Israel and says that Israel can do whatever it wants. That dynamic is not going to lead to anything positive. We can't get an end to this onslaught if Biden is afraid to apply meaningful pressure on Netanyahu or on Israel. That has long been the core of the issue. By the way, not just in
How about they liberate the Beersheba concentration camp Israel's torturing prisoners to death in? Yeah, and according to the twisted fucking logic of the people that are celebrating this, if Hamas were to kill 200 Israeli civilians in the process of liberating this concentration camp, apparently that would just be A-okay. That would just be totally fine. Didn't even the New York fucking Times report on that? Yes, they did. Although it's worth pointing out, because I talked about how it was a sign of like a shift that was ongoing, the fact that the New York Times reported on that. Worth pointing out, though, that like in that New York Times report where they talked about this concentration camp, it's literally in like the last two paragraphs. They're like, oh yeah, by the way, some prisoners apparently have been sodomized to death in this camp, by the way. Just FYI. They just throw that into the, and like maybe you should lead with that. That seems like an important story, that the IDF is like physically sexually assaulting and torturing people to death. You know, maybe that's something that we can like have more up. Maybe we could have an actual headline about that. You know, it's good that they're talking about this in the New York Times, but it's like it's literally in the last paragraph. And I can't even remember what the headline is, but I'm sure it's something like "Questions swirl around controversial Israeli prison," or something. I'm positive that's the headline, is something to that effect. Fucking insane.
In reference to this particular ceasefire effort, but it really is about the broader dynamic of Israel and the United States, where the impunity that Israel enjoys to continue this occupation.
Lucid, thank you. I appreciate it. Lucid, you really helped me out here on Twitch getting to this point, so I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
To entrench the occupation in the West Bank and in Gaza, and the fact that Biden has always offered
Palestinian terror suspects complain about Israeli accommodations. Yeah.
That allows extremism to fester within the Israeli government, and that's what pushes their policies in a more and more extreme direction, where
Israel maintains a shadowy hospital in the desert for Gaza detainees. Critics allege mistreatment. Yeah, it's so fucking grotesque.
There is no possibility right now for a genuine, long-lasting, just peace, because the Israeli government rejects that completely out of hand, and the only thing that can change that is a shift in American approach, and to start saying that America will not be complicit in these kinds of atrocities, will not be complicit in entrenching apartheid and occupation, because that is not a recipe for a stable region or for any kind of long-lasting peace or justice.
And like you can see, like there's people in my replies. When I'm saying, this is my tweet, I've seen another video of murdered Palestinian children horrifically mutilated beyond recognition, killed in a rescue operation for hostages who could have been released through diplomacy months ago, and our demonic leaders are celebrating it as some kind of heroic victory. And all kinds of people. Diplomacy with Hamas, really? Hamas started this war and are losing it. That's what you don't like. Again, we're talking about images of mutilated little children.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Ayatollah Joe, for the gifted sub. We're talking about images of mutilated and murdered little children. Hamas started this war and are losing it. And it's like, if that's what your definition of Hamas losing a war looks like, Israel just bombing tens of thousands of little kids, like, What the fuck? And once again, I'm talking about the discrepancy between like who's allowed to celebrate what violence and when what is acceptable and what's not acceptable. Why did we insist on an unconditional surrender? This war could have been over by now, this person says. We shouldn't expect kidnapped hostages to be freed through diplomacy. It's a war crime to hold them, not an acceptable bargaining chip, says this motherfucker. And again, Israel takes thousands of Palestinian hostages, but we just call them prisoners. We call them prisoners, even when they're little kids. No, they couldn't have been released through diplomacy. We tried that for 8 months and failed at every turn. All we've been told is that they would do October 7th again and again and again. This was the only option, says this guy. So no, the images of mutilated dead kids, not enough to turn Jason. Well, it's the only option. It's just the only option. Only adult males in this video. Regardless, if it bothers you, stop watching. Whatever it is, whatever you call it, I think it is justified and will continue. All the palu whining in the world isn't going to stop it. The palu whining. I think it's justified and will continue. Again, but don't ever go on and say that October 7th was justified, though. You're going to get in trouble. You're going to get deplatformed. You're going to get kicked off of Twitch. You're going to get demonetized. You're going to go on some fucking terrorism watch list. Don't say that. These people openly. You see images of dead kids, I think it's justified. One hundred and 20 Hamas Palestinians were killed today during the rescue of the hostages. 1,200 Israelis were killed during the stealing of the hostages. The Israelis that were murdered included babies mutilated and some burned beyond recognition. One fetus was cut out of its mother's body. So you still have people just repeating this stuff, which we know now is not true. Like we knew then that this bullshit was lies in the first place. We know beyond, like 8 months later, we know that that's not true. Doesn't matter. It's true there's people that for forever, they're going to go to their graves believing all of that stuff is true. It doesn't matter that there's evidence to the contrary, that there was no burned babies, that there was no woman with a baby cut out of her fetus. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. All of this is that, and again, we're talking about dead kids. We're talking about dead, murdered children, mutilated beyond recognition. I keep stressing this. All of this is the direct result of Hamas taking the hostages. There's no negotiating with terrorists and hostage takers. Cope. Just cope. Cope. Yeah, we killed 270 people, mutilated a bunch of children. It's cope. It's like this online thing. Cope and seethe. Yeah, the Ukraine flag emote, of course. So there's just hundreds of these people replying to my tweet. I don't look at it. I don't see this in my mentions or anything, but I think it's important to look at right now. Because again, I want to highlight this discrepancy between who's allowed to support violence and who's not. And this completely backwards way that we have of like what you're allowed to justify and what you're not allowed to justify. Like I said, it's like not even, when you talk about October 7th, not even talking about justifying, just talking about context, just providing context to what happened on October 7th. Still, way too far. It's totally out of bounds in our discourse. Totally out of bounds. I'm sure there's tons of real sickos, but I bet the emergency response crew showing up to Rob's post is probably special forces. I don't know. I'm sure there's just like Telegram channels where all these fucking genocidal psycho Israelis are propagating, just waiting for whatever tweet to be dropped in there so they can go and descend and justify all their psychotic, mass murder delusions. I don't think I'm that important. I think it's just most users on Twitter. Anyway, it's just fucking psychotic, honestly. Like how broken does your brain have to be to see images of children murdered and instantly to be like, this is okay. This is okay. It's good that this has happened. Really fucked up. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. I know the CIA and Mossad definitely have disinfo campaigns on social media, but there are enough chuds to do stuff like that for them usually. Like, people are just sick, honestly. People are just absolutely sick. Let me find another video here. Just looking at some Al Jazeera stuff here. Its hegemony, dominant narratives get a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, that's what Malcolm said, right? Not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people that resist oppression and loving the people that are doing the oppressing. Or something along those lines. That's why he was the GOAT. That's right. Graphic or violent imagery. Now, I don't know if this is going to be good to watch on stream or not. Probably not.
وين اهلك يا عم؟ وين
So like my son's age.
طب ليش بتعيط؟ وين اهلك؟
Like, and there's like, how sick do you have to be to see this and be like, this is okay?
هذا الوحيد اللي نجت وياه بس سيرتي درسيته كلهم راحوا حوالي 14 مش ايش اقول لك اكثر من 14 سكين تحت الانفاق الشوارع مليانه جدا
كان القصف واطلاق النار من كل فج وميل ما بتعرفش انت ايش مصدر اطلاق النار يعني عمري 32 سنه عمري ما تصورت انه ممكن اشوف لحظه زي هذه اللحظات.
They're the ones that say it's all fake. I mean, it's the same people that talk about like Pallywood and all this stuff are the same people that shared the fucking video of that nurse months ago. Oh, Hamas, Ya Allah, Hamas has taken over the hospital. Like the most fake bullshit you can imagine. Always a confession. Literally every single time. Every single accusation. Without fail. It's like a physical law like gravity at this point.
نزلوا القوات الخاصة على الشارع ما خلوا حدا في الشارع إلا غير أعدامه.
قال بدكش تعترف هنحصرك على أولادك ونطخ لك أولادك. قلت له أين عندي أنا بعترف يا جماعة لا بعرف مقاومة ولا عندي سلاح. فيش دقيقة راح غرفة سمعت صوت إطلاق نار. في اللحظة هذه كان طخ أولادي الاثنين. ابني استشهد عمره 12 سنة.
Disguising themselves as starving people and then disguising death squad commandos as aid workers.
لقوا المساعدات طبعا جنود وقوات خاصة بين منطقة فيها النازحين.
قلنا لكم للمرة المليون بنوجه رسالة للمجتمع الدولي ما بدناش مساعدات بدنا توقفوا الحرب احنا بدنا نعرف احنا مش عارفين وين نروح بنقلوا فينا شمال ويمين يمين وشمال روح على الجنوب تعال على الوسطى روح على الدير اطلع خان يونس ايش فيه لو وقتاش الدمار هذا بيصير
It's a surgical strike
9 شهور واحنا بنعاني
Man, it's just horrendous beyond anything I can imagine.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Israel's continuing to bombard Gaza with airstrikes and artillery today, with attacks on Gaza City in the north, Deir al-Balah in the center, and Rafah in the south. At least 40 Palestinians have been killed, over 200 injured in the last 24 hours. The latest attacks follow one of the single bloodiest Israeli assaults on Gaza over the last 8 months. On Saturday, Israeli forces conducted a daytime raid on the Nuseirat refugee camp that freed 4 Israelis held hostage in Gaza since October 7th. The hostages were being held in 2 apartments in the camp. Israel called in heavy strikes from the land, air, and sea to cover their evacuation to the coast. At least 274 Palestinians were killed in the attack, including at least 64 children. Nearly 700 were wounded, according to the health ministry in Gaza. The Biden administration reportedly provided intelligence to Israel to aid the hostage rescue effort. The intel included drone imagery collected over Gaza. Hamas later released a video claiming 3 other hostages, including an American citizen, were killed in the Israeli bombardment. Meanwhile, Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas has called for an emergency UN Security Council session on what he called the bloody massacre carried out by Israeli forces, unquote, on Nuseirat. We go now to Gaza to speak with the journalist
Abbas, who's basically an Israeli puppet.
He was at the Nuseirat refugee camp Saturday. He's joining us from outside the Al-Aqsa hospital nearby in Deir al-Balah.
I'm trying to be careful, O'Dane, but I generally Democracy Now! Is pretty good.
Which was overwhelmed with casualties on Saturday. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Akram. If you can reconstruct for us what took place in this Israeli effort, not clear if it was aided by the United United States
It absolutely
to free
was.
Israeli hostages. They were
It
successful
absolutely was
in
aided by the
in
United
freeing
States,
4.
100%.
What is being described by the United Nations, among others, as a massacre of over 270 Palestinians.
Good morning, Amy. I will start by describing the things in the world of the people who are living moment by moment, second by second, the destruction and the death and the devastation and the continuous fire that has been caused by the Israeli forces in that particular area. To start with, people saw a special, like was described by the people, a special truck that was carrying luggage for internally displaced people, and it proved to be special forces disguising themselves as internally displaced people. They had a ladder and they set up the ladder on the wall and they were climbing into the building. But before climbing into the building, there were unmanned drones that were technically gunning down every single person who was in the area. They were shooting at everyone, and then there were some F-16s that were targeting sensitive areas. It was 11 a.m., a very special time with people going to the market, and also was targeting a very special time, a very special place, which is the market, with hundreds and thousands of the people in the market trying to get food for their families.
And remember, America's trying to still act as some kind of neutral arbiter. Like that's what I find. This whole concept of America being like, oh, we're trying to like find a peace deal. When you're arming and funding the people that are carrying out these nonstop massacres and being like, oh, we're this neutral party that's trying to find some kind of common sense, mutually beneficial diplomatic solution. You can trust us on this when you're literally arming and funding and materially like have boots on the ground, helping the fucking monsters that are engaging in this brutal nonstop violence for 8 months and the last 70 years as well. The entire project that would not exist without American support in the first place. Oh, please, yes. Please believe that we're trying to find a mutually beneficial peace deal here. Like, Jesus Christ, does anyone believe this? How stupid do you have to be to still pretend that this is a real thing?
Thing started concurrently. The unmanned drones were shooting, the artillery fires were targeted at the buildings, and the also F-16s were dropping bombs on all the different junctions and intersections of the street, and people who were in the market were trying to flee, were escaping, hiding in the small shops, hiding under the rubble of the areas that were targeted, and that continued for around 30 to 45 minutes, and the result of that was the killing of around 274, and also the injury of nearly 700, like you have just rightly said. There are some people who are still
this whole idea that America doesn't have people in Gaza or in Ukraine has never been
because
true.
of the lack to fuel and because of the lack to heavy machinery that would help them remove the debris of the homes, and that's why they are still struggling till now. When I was in the street, even 2 hours after the incident took place, I saw people who are struggling to remove whatever they can remove from under the rubble of their houses. Children were shot and dead. Elderly people were shot and dead. Women were shot and dead. And young people also were shot and dead. In summary, everyone who happened to be in that area or in the area of the Nusayrat market or in the 2 neighborhoods that were targeted, every single person who was there was killed. Every single house that was there was targeted. And according to local sources, around 98 houses were targeted. And that's why the large number of people who are injured and killed. So it was not a military confrontation between like para-militia or just armed groups and the Israeli army. It was rather intensified targeting of all the civilian infrastructure in the area. And the Israeli army was paving the way for the special forces so that they would end there and complete their operation successfully. And the success as defined by them is the release of the 4 hostages, while they think the 400 Palestinians or the 1,100 Palestinians who were killed and injured, they perceive them as a collateral damage. And now in Nusayrat, this issue is still continuous. There was some bombardment today and there was some bombardment yesterday, and the bombardment is continuous throughout the Gaza Strip. But the number of the people who are killed and the type of the people who are killed, including the number of children and women, like you rightly said, is quite devastating and shocking.
And Akram, you're standing outside of the Al-Aqsa Hospital, one of the last remaining functioning, at least partially functioning hospitals in Gaza. With this number of people killed, over 270, and more, the number of people injured, up to 700. Can you talk about what is happening inside as Doctors Without Borders says Al-Aqsa and Nasser hospitals are overwhelmed?
Indeed, they were overwhelmed, and they're still being overwhelmed. They are receiving injured and killed people every single minute in Gaza. Now, as I'm talking to, if you may say in the background, if you may see in the background, people who came there to pick their deers, to pick their family members, to pick their sons, to pick their husbands, to pick their grandchildren, and they're waiting there outside. And not far away from this area, you would see the morgue. In the morgue, tens and even hundreds of bodies are laid on the ground, and people come, and right in this spot that you are seeing now, they're performing what they call the burial for the prayers for the preparation for the burial. So they take their deers and they go to the hospital, and every single minute there is a new victim, be it a child, an elderly man, or a woman, or a young or woman or man, and people are just mourning them and coming to that area and living with that continuous destruction and fear. And when it comes to the Shuhada Al-Aqsa Hospital, Shuhada Al-Aqsa Hospital received around half of the victims, half of the ones who were killed. Al-Awda Hospital in Al-Nusayrat also received 166 people who were killed and more than 250 of people who were injured, and it was already overwhelmed. Shuhada Al-Aqsa Hospital has a bed capacity of around 240, and now they had to deal with hundreds of people altogether coming there, seeking help, crying for help with their deeds, wanting to be sure about their overall health, with some other people who are claiming the bodies of their relatives. The hospital is overburdened. It has already the capacity of 240 beds, while they have inside around 650 cases. When you walk inside a Shuhada Al-Aqsa Hospital, you would see people sleeping on the ground. You see people who are injured with like fixation on their legs, with cast on their legs, with the saline into their veins. But they are staying on the ground, sleeping on the ground, receiving the medication on the ground, and still struggling on the ground because they are not properly dealt with, and the health systems are overburdened by that ongoing and increasing influx and flow of people to that hospital. Nasser Hospital is struggling, Shuhada Al-Aqsa Hospital is struggling, Al-Awda Hospital is struggling, and also other primary health clinics that were set up around different areas, including also some hospitals that were built by different international organizations, are receiving an increased number of victims, and that thing is overburdening every actor in the area, and that makes the mission of the medical teams almost impossible, and that increases the number of victims who are falling because either the direct targeting or because of the repercussion of not receiving the proper and timely health care.
I wanted to ask you about Hamas's reports that while 4 Israeli hostages were freed, 3 were killed in the Israeli attack, including an American. What have you heard about this in Nusayrat?
Well, Hamas made a special statement after the operation that was conducted in Al-Nusayrat refugee camp. Normally, when they make a statement, they support that statement with footage to make sure that they back their claim. They backed their claim with the footage, and they said in that statement that at least 3 other hostages were injured and were killed. And they provided the footage that supports that claim, and they said that 1 American citizen was killed amongst those people who were killed. I think that was an attempt from Hamas to show that Israel is resorting to force, and Israel is not worried about the life or about the quality of life of those prisoners, and Israel is not worried about the general Palestinian population when they are falling dead or injured by that. This is part of a fight between Israel and Hamas. This is part of an intelligence warfare and psychological warfare between the two parties, and the response of the people in Gaza that Israel did this to them without taking into consideration that there were children and mothers and fathers and grandfathers and general population in that area. and they think Israel is going to continue that. And Hamas from their side said that what exactly happened in Nusayrat is going to affect the life of the Palestinians, of the Israeli captives, and is going to change also the way they're being dealt with, which means they have been saying that they will change some lenient measures they have been following. Like, for instance, one of the Israeli captives, who's a female, said she was walking down the streets of Gaza. When she's bored, they would take her. She would visit some places and come back. And I think now, with this operation taking place, with the very heavy price paid by the Palestinians, Hamas and Al-Qassam are going to change the way they are dealing with the prisoners, and that would bring more difficulty to their lives.
I wanted to also ask you about the situation on the ground overall in Gaza, Akram. The U.S. is saying humanitarian aid has resumed in Gaza. Can you talk about the dire needs on the ground? The UNRWA, the UN agency for Palestinians, cites a UNICEF report that 9 out of 10 children in the Gaza Strip are experiencing severe food shortages, are experiencing hunger. 9 out of 10 children.
Yes, and I think the very same percentage applies to the adults in the Gaza Strip. The situation is extremely dire, and I would bring to your attention the fact that the World Food Programme has just announced today, a couple of hours ago, that they have suspended all their operations in Gaza City because of the insecurity and because of the very deteriorating security situation that has been taking place. They announced also that 2 of their warehouses were targeted just today, and 1 of their staff was injured, which gives you an insight into the extremely difficult situation and challenging situation for the international organizations and for the local organizations as well. When you are actively engaging with the community, trying to provide them with food, trying to provide them with water supplies, trying to provide them with medical care, and then you are being targeted, your staff are being injured, and you find it extremely difficult to move from one area to another. So today, the World Food Programme announced the stoppage of its activities and said that because of the food security situation, because of the security situation in Gaza, that is,
and like, what kind of a fucking psychological mind fuck is it when you're intentionally withholding aid from people, starving people, and then you disguise your like death squad commandos as aid workers? So people that are totally desperate for these aid trucks to come in, now it's like the next group of trucks come in. Who's going to be on? What's going on these trucks? Is it aid or is it people coming to kill us? In addition to some of the bread massacres that we've seen before, of like aid trucks coming in and getting swarmed by desperate people and then opening fire on the people. Like, what kind of a mind fuck is that? And it puts aid workers in danger too. That's why it's a war crime.
Food insecurity. So the situation is extremely catastrophic, and the ground
all of this is just so unthinkable,
and the lack of security and safety for the staff, either local ones or the international ones, adds insult to injury and makes things much more difficult for the people of Gaza. 1 million children in Gaza are suffering because there are 1 million children in Gaza. The elderly people are also suffering. All the general.
And I mean, it's worth pointing out too that a lot of like the justification for the civilians that have been killed, oh, they're all Hamas. Do you know they celebrated? Do you know on October 7th they celebrated? Can you imagine? Yeah, I can imagine. Yes, I can imagine that they celebrated that. Who wouldn't celebrate that if that's what the conditions that you're living in? Who wouldn't celebrate that? The idea people are so scandalized. Oh, they celebrated October 7th. Can you imagine? Yes, I can imagine. Like, it's insane. Like, you see the same, again, there's big echoes with the Vietnam War. I rewatched Platoon over the weekend, and I think it's really important to, like, that's a good movie to watch right now to see this dynamic play out. Going into these, like, Vietnamese farming villages, I think they might support the Viet Cong in here. I think there's weapons caches. I think there's support for the Viet Cong. No shit, there's support. You're in their country bombing and murdering people and spraying chemicals in the jungle, dropping napalm on little kids. Of course they fucking support the Viet Cong. Like, is that a surprise? Is it a surprise that they support that? The picture with the commandeered bulldozer tearing down the fence still goes hard as fuck. Exactly, Husker. And you know what? When I woke up on that day and I saw that image, I thought it was absolutely beautiful. Rob, did you celebrate that on October 7th? Yes. Unapologetically, unequivocally, yes, I did. And anyone that cares about freedom and human dignity should celebrate that. And Vifro, I think this is an important point that you're making. First time chatter, Vifro. That the likely death toll is significantly higher. It's been stuck at around 40,000 now for what feels like 5-6 months. Hang gliders and all? Yeah, no. It was really what a terrible tragedy. The people that are escaped this concentration camp in these makeshift paragliders. No, yeah, that's wow, what a horrible tragedy that was. Can't possibly ever say something positive about that. Like, get real. This whole idea of acting shocked and scandalized. Whoa, they supported that. But that's so shocking. It's not shocking. It's the least shocking thing that you can possibly imagine, actually. You mean we actually managed to give a bloody nose to this heavily armed, nuclear-armed military superpower that's been keeping us in a concentration camp for the last 20 years, that's been occupying our country for the last 70 years? We were actually able to give them a little bloody nose, a small taste of what we've been living under for decades and decades. Oh no, I could never celebrate that. Oh no, we better denounce that. Like, Jesus Christ, get real. It's silly to think that. They celebrated it. They came home with these hostages and people were in Gaza were cheering. Yeah, no shit, I would be cheering too. And like any normal person that lived in that situation would be cheering. Of course they were cheering. That doesn't justify the mass murder of tens of thousands of people. They took out the Gaza division in like 20 minutes. Yeah, they overran these checkpoints and these bases like immediately. I almost think that's one of the things that happened on that day, is that there was kind of a breakdown afterwards, because it's like, shit, we didn't think that was going to be so easy. Cheering on the only people protecting their homes. Or the people fighting back. You're not allowed to fight back. You're not allowed to fight back, and you're certainly not allowed to cheer on the people that are fighting back. You're just supposed to meekly accept your occupation, meekly accept your dehumanization, and that's all you can ever do. You know, it's so silly. Oh, I think they might sympathize with Hamas. Yeah, wow. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's such a... It's amazing that you've managed to come to this conclusion. It's so stupid. The entire way that we talk about this. It's so stupid.
Population in Gaza is suffering, and even when it comes to access to water, they have a problem accessing the water because the water desalination units were affected by the ongoing bombardment, and now people are suffering from hepatitis A. And as we are told,
you're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Weenus, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it.
Now, there are some people, more people are coming, injured people are coming to the hospital. This is part of the daily routine in the Gaza Strip. More people coming, more people injured, more people deprived, more people suffering, more people losing, more people in despair, more people hope that something positive would happen to change the routine that has become in the Gaza Strip. As you can see, a woman is taken inside, another woman is following, and other family members are following them. So now, it is not about the food, it's more about the survival. And now the food is being weaponized for the sake of just torturing the Gazans more, for the sake of inflicting more pain on them, and for the sake of just making them bow their heads. Now Gazans are totally and entirely displaced. Around 95% of the population is already displaced. And in the areas they are displaced, they don't have access to proper services, to proper infrastructure, to proper food, and to proper water. And they are left to suffer, and they left to face the death and fear with no one extending a helping hand except for the nominal support that has been extended. 88 trucks in one day is nothing for Gaza that needs around 1,000 truckloads a day. And now Gaza is suffering. And as I told you, I repeat and underline the very important fact. The critical issue for Gazans is survival now. Food is being weaponized, we understand that all, but also another weapon is being used. In one of the internally displaced people shelters today morning, in between Rafah and Khan Yunis, the unmanned drones were technically shooting at everyone. I saw several children dead. I saw several women injured. I saw other women who was injured and killed. So the security situation, because of the ongoing operations and because of the strict blockade that has been imposed in Gaza, is undermining people's ability to cope and is wasting their life and wasting their energies as well.
Akram Al-Satari, we want to thank you so much for being with us. Talking to us from Deir al-Balah was just in Nuseirat after the Israeli military
I wanted to find something else when we talk about the idea of like U.S. boots on the ground as well. This is like some evidence to that as well. Like not only have they been supporting via like intelligence, drones, calling in these strikes and stuff like that. The White House deleted this photo. The White House tweeted this photo and then deleted it 1 hour after posting it. From the White House. In Israel, President Biden met with first responders to thank them for their bravery and the work they're doing in response to the Hamas terrorist attacks. Did these look like first responders? Did these look like first responders? They tweeted this image and then deleted it shortly afterwards. Aaron Bushnell is a good enough source for me. This is exactly what Aaron Bushnell, what he died for. He died to try and reveal this information. You know, the whole thing is just absolutely fucking sick. And here's another example of this kind of like rhetoric that's just gets thrown around. This rhetoric that gets thrown around that's just completely normalized. Like this guy says, 1 Jew equals 1,227 Palestinians from the Shalit exchange in 2011. That means for 4 Jews released, they are entitled to take out 4,108 Palestinians. Palestinians shouldn't complain. They got lucky with only 210 deaths. Count your blessings, says this genocidal psycho. But remember, don't try to provide any kind of justification for what happened on October 7th, because you'll be fired from your fucking job. And I just wanted to give a shout out to this guy. I don't know. This is from the Stop Anti-Semitism Twitter account. I just want to say hi to. I just want to dedicate today's stream to this guy. I don't know who he is. This guy, Michael Rabb of Boulder, Colorado, stood outside the White House with this sign. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you to the Stop Anti-Semitism Twitter account for pointing out this fucking hero. It does go hard. It goes insanely hard. And remember, we talked about too, it's like this whole idea of like a terrorist organization. Who gets to determine what is and is not a terrorist organization? Well, you can't say you stand with Hamas. That's a terrorist organization. Says the people that are arming the IDF and sending the bombs that are blowing up the little kids. Lo and behold, these people claim that the people that are opposing that through armed struggle, which is their legal right to do, and the same people that are funding the genocide, funding the occupation for the last 70 years, claim they're a terrorist organization. How does that make sense? Highlighting the baddest of the bad bitches. And here's this motherfucker. Like, they're still saying this stuff 8 months in. Anthony Blinken. Like, can you believe the audacity? Can you believe the audacity and the complete lack of self-awareness, the complete lack of shame that you must have to 8 months into this to go out there and say this kind of stuff?
And of course, what separates Israel, the United States, and other democracies when it comes to incredibly difficult situations like this is our respect for international law and, as appropriate, the laws of war.
Our respect for international law. They're literally condemning and threatening to sanction the International Criminal Court so their precious Israel can continue to massacre tens of thousands of little kids. Oh, and that's what separates us from them, our respect for international law. Like, how 8 months later are you still going out there and saying that? It's just like, it's insane to me. Who is this for? Like, who believes this? It's so fucked.
We know that Israel will take all of the precautions that it can, just as we would. And again, that's what separates us from Hamas. And of course, what separates Israel, the United...
Man, we're ruled by Nazis. It's as simple as that. We're ruled by Nazis, and that's never been more apparent than it is now. We respect international law so much that we have a policy to invade The Hague if any of our people are in prison for war crimes. Yeah. Not even our people, but fucking Benjamin Netanyahu, who is also American as well, so I guess that makes sense.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Dan Wally, thanks for the 19 months. I really appreciate it, Dan. Thank you. And once again, we're going on 3.5 hours into the stream today. If anyone else would like to subscribe to this program, we've covered a lot of bases. We've gotten silly with it. I have transitioned to doing important, I guess, analysis and commentary of serious news stories. If you like this kind of stuff for whatever reason, please do subscribe if you can. I'm halfway to the sub goal for today. So if you can, please do support this program, TRRS, by subscribing, by gifting subs, by gifting 5 or more subs. Will instantly put you right to the very tippy top of the friendship triangle system. That's Twitch's only 2-dimensional triangle-shaped friendship access and trickle-down cloud tiered reward system.
Good old Rob to talk.
I feel crass doing this while we're talking about this serious subject, but it's got to be done, I guess. JJ got bored. Thanks for the 19 months of tier 1. I appreciate that a lot. The only thing that ideologically separates Anthony Blinken from that Stuart Seldowitz Obama staffer is access journalism. Yeah, I mean, zero difference ideologically. The Stuart Seldowitz just got so caught up in genocidal fervor that he had to harass a halal cart vendor. If he had only harassed the halal cart vendor one time rather than repeatedly going back over and over, no one would have ever even heard about that situation. And I think that's That's the pretty much shared ideology of most people that are part of that whole like foreign policy establishment. No one can transition between gooning and genuine world issues like Rob, not to mention just like lying down on the sofa silently for 30 minutes. Hey, these people are just so sick. Just absolute sickos. Do I have anything else to look at here for today? I've got some Ukraine stuff. I am approaching 4 hours here. I am starting to get I'm getting a little low energy. I'm starting to hit a bit of a wall here. Still halfway to the sub goal. I'm just gonna keep going with this call to action here. If possible, if you can, please subscribe to the channel, folks. Halfway to the sub goal. The only way that I'm able to keep doing this show each and every day is through the very generous support of the TRRS. The TRRS. I love that I'm adding that in as well. Did that silent couch sit take a lot out of you? It did make me quite sleepy, I will admit. I'll be the first to admit. Vexing Thoughts, thank you for the happy partner anniversary. And a great way to celebrate my partner anniversary, a very important day here on Twitch, is to subscribe to this program. That would be a fantastic way to celebrate I believe it's my 3-year partner anniversary here on twitch.tv. What a great way to celebrate that. To hit the sub goal. What a fantastic celebration that would be. Janet's snake hole is broke until Friday. That's all right, Janet. That's all right. I get it. I get it. We've all been there. What is with the alerts?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
It's your partner Versailles, dude. Shut the cuff up, Donnie.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Ragdigen, thank you for the gifted sub. Very kind of you. Up the Reds, thanks for the 28 months of Prime. Very much appreciated. Up the Reds. And Dan Wally, thank you for gifting a sub to Janet Snakehole. Thank you, Dan, for that as well. And now a mere 14 subs away from the goal. It's within grasp. It's within reach. Generic gift alert. I don't know what's going on with that. The alerts are just messed up. The Rob Rousseau Show tabletop role-playing stream. I would like to eventually do that at some point. The TRRS, as it's known, really just rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? Rolls right off the tongue. I haven't watched this clip yet. I was waiting to react to this clip. Maybe we can check this out. My understanding, just from seeing the reactions to this, is this guy's still got a heater. This man, Donald Trump. I may not like him, but he's still got some good stuff. There's just no denying it. You don't have to support him. You don't have to like him. You can and should acknowledge that, though.
Let me ask you a question. And he said, nobody ever asked this question, and it must be because of MIT, my relationship to MIT. Very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight, and you're in the boat, and you have this tremendously powerful battery, and the battery's now underwater, and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now really got decimated. And
This is a Making America Great Again.
So there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards. Or here, do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, nobody's ever asked me that question.
Really giving it to the
I
shark
think
sympathizers.
there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark. So we're going to...
Why is he talking about that? Why is he talking about that?
Didn't know the answer. He said, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark. So we're going to...
If tomorrow all things were gone, I'd work for all my life.
Where's the chorus? I need that chorus.
Proud to be an...
Okay. One more time. We're going to try this bit one more time.
I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no...
Sorry. I just find it's so funny to think of being this red state, like NASCAR loving, like conservative person and being like, this is the hero of the working man. This is the hero. This man is like, he's going to restore America's greatness. All the things that are gone wrong in my life, You know, this man's going to fix it. And he's just rambling about like sharks, giving it to the shark defenders. Like, how long do these people wait to go to this rally? I did see the video of the bull escaping the rodeo while they sang that song. That was actually incredible. Did you denounce the National Post's fake Israel protest scandal? Yeah. I mean, I saw serious journalist Jesse Brown was really like holding everyone to account in Canadian media for not covering the pro-genocide march enough. And then, of course, sharing these obviously fake images of this march. The incredibly serious Mr. Brown. Jesse Clown. Oh my gosh, Old Dutch. Oh my. Oh my God. No, I'm just imagining Trump though at this rally, like the people waiting to see Trump at this rally, just seeing him like ramble about like sharks and electricity and being like, this is my guy. This is my guy. Yeah, just slamming back a Bush Light. Slamming back a Keystone Light. 103 degrees. This man is going to save America. Pretty great stuff. This is the man that the working class have chosen. At least Trump's entertaining though. Like in Canada, our working people are working class people, conservatives, many of whom are not working class, but Pierre Poilievre is significantly less believable as like a champion of the average man, you know? Even significantly less believable than Trump, who's this like New York real estate fail son, you know? At least Trump's kind of like charismatic and entertaining. You know, at least he has that going for him. Pierre Poilievre has none of that. He's literally just irritating to listen to and look at. Has never worked an actual job. It is literally in his entire life. In his entire life. He has an irritating voice. He looks like a fucking nerd. He's been in politics since he was like 18 years old, because that's how you can tell he's a real sicko. And all the Canadian truck drivers are just like, well, not truck drivers. I'm talking about like Ford F-150 drivers who live in gated communities. This is my guy. Hilarious. The man who looks so baby smooth, he may as well be three-year-olds stacked on top of each other. Yeah, he's just like me for real. God. Pierre Poilievre, can you imagine if Ben Shapiro was less charismatic? How about that? This is the man who's setting the conservative movement on fire here in Canada. Oh, Lucky's not more personable because Trudeau's shtick is wearing thin. And he probably will still lose unless they try some Hail Mary. I could see the Liberals maybe trying to run on like UBI or some kind of big like social program. Because he may still lose to 50-year-old Evil Millhouse. He very well still may lose. Evil Millhouse White Urkel. Oh no. God, that's going to be depressing. And you know when there is an election, I'm going to be covering every goddamn minute of it on this program. Yeah, they're going to roll out something in September or October that's seemingly big that they don't follow through on. Yeah, no, I would. You can set your watch to it. A fascist genocide. Did I do that? Your name is literally Pierre. I think I could take Pierre Polyev and lift him over my head. And I'm not like, I used to be pretty strong and decently fit. I'm very out of shape. You know, I'll be the first to admit I'm very out of shape. I think I could fully lift him over my head though, and do like a Ultimate Warrior style, like gorilla press. I just had to look him up. He looks like such a dork. Mistress of Insanity. This is the guy. The conservatives in Canada love this guy. Hey, really chill guy. Why did it suggest I type that? Because it's my partner anniversary, which is a very real thing. It's a very real thing that I'm celebrating. No, it's so stupid. What a stupid country. My God. I'm a partner, not an employee. That's right. I'm not a gig slave endlessly running on the content hamster wheel to funnel money to the Amazon corporation. I'm a partner. I'm a Twitch partner, you see. They've been attempting to, and O'Toole still glow up for PP, try to get the conservatives Karens all horned up to vote for the dweeb. He wears those little muscle shirts and got rid of the glasses. He's a guy that I think he looks better with glasses. Like, he just gets some cooler glasses. He does look like Milhouse when he takes the glasses off. Like, his eyes are all beady. He looks like shit. Like, just get some cool glasses like me, you know? And don't wear like dork conservative political operative glasses. He's got his beady little eyes. I'm excited to vote for the party that defines itself on orders from a foreign country. I'm a conservative, which is hilarious because we're still doing the hand wringing and the fear mongering about Chinese influence in our government. Can you imagine a foreign government having influence over our political leadership? Wow, what a scary concept. Wow, I'm just terrified at this kind of dystopian nightmare possibility. He looks like a day in manual labor would end him, like a sickly Victorian child. Yeah, Mumsy, I've had enough. Please don't make me work in the mines. Mumsy, I'll have broken all my bones. All the guys in the F-150s are like, yeah. This guy's cool. Foreign influence over our elections? Fuck that. Excuse me while I attend a rally for Israel. Excuse me while I go on a little like paid for sightseeing tour in Israel. Man, it would be so fucked up if there was a foreign government influencing our politics, though. Can you imagine? I don't know. I don't even want to imagine.
Count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
TRRS Parenti.
Ben, thank you so much for 31 months. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. He just tore out the bootstraps. That's why he's never had a real job. Exactly. For an entity that are training our cops. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. That's why his eyes are small and beady. He hit himself in the eyes with the bootstraps. He yanked him up too hard and he smacked himself in his weird little eyes. Well, I think I'm going to get going pretty soon. Do our cops do Israel trainings? It's a good question.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada.
Or am I?
was
Maybe
turned
I'm
on to
not.
this sick individual, and I found this.
Capri Sun Pappy, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it a lot. Hello, everybody. It's me, Rob. It's me, Rob Rousseau. Thank you for joining the stream. Welcome in, raiders. And once again, I really appreciate the raid from Capri Sun Pappy. Thank you. How was the Capri Sun Pappy stream today? Thank you for the kind comments on my partner anniversary. I remember the day. I remember the life-changing moment when I became a Twitch partner and all my problems went away as I ascended to the elite tier of Twitch celebs. Oh boy, did my life ever improve after that day. I'll never forget, and I'm sure people in the community won't ever forget where they were on that magical day. Thank you, Jeff Bezos. That's right. I remember when I got the partnership too. I literally, because I had tried a couple times and it didn't work out, and I literally wrote them. I was like, "Come on, it's my birthday." I think this was like 2 years ago around my birthday. I was like, "Come on, it's my birthday. Let me be partner," and it literally worked. After that day, Rob never had to beg for subs ever again. Exactly, they just came flowing. The subs came flowing like water. Do not become addicted to subs. You will grow to resent their absence. That's Jeff Bezos with the Immortan Joe mask. The art of the deal. I'm just a little birthday boy. Exactly. It works. It works. Did I know you then? Twitch really fucks with your sense of time. Yeah, tell me about it. It's been 4 years I've been doing this. I can't even believe that. Like the current iteration of this show I started doing in like October 2020. And I'm sitting here, it's 4 fucking years later. And I'm like, what on earth? It's so fucking weird. Anyway, thank you to the raiders that just showed up. And please, if you haven't already, please smash the follow button. I saw a number of other very cool folks who smashed the respective follow buttons. So if you're still lurking, please do follow the channel. Costs you nothing at all. Costs you nothing at all. Really helps me out a lot. And another thing you can do, now that you're here, is if you want to, you can subscribe to this channel. If you want. I know we're just getting to know each other, but look at me. Like, don't I look like the kind of guy that you'd want to subscribe to on here? Look at the emotes. Chat, show them the emotes. Some of the very best tiny little images anywhere on this platform are available right here for $5, for $5 measly dollars. Look at those emotes. There. There they are. Fuck. There. Look at those. You're telling me you don't want to spend $5 to get those tiny little images? some of the very, very best tiny little images available on this platform, and I'm a mere 13 subs away from the goal. Where else do you get a yellow parenti? I actually think there are a couple now. For a while, it was the only one. I'm pretty sure this is the only Twitch stream that has Stalinist grandpa and Stalinist babushka emotes, though. I'm pretty sure this is the only place anywhere on this platform where you can get these. You think you're going to entice new chatters? Sans killer shirt and shorts combo. Oh, Rob. Well, it's not quite as warm anymore, Progressive Canuck. It's not warm enough for the crazy combo. I'm not even wearing shorts. I'm wearing pants today. And you know, if there is another community member that's been withholding, now is a great time for one of those batch gifted subs, because then there's new community members, and then you bring new people in. It really helps out. I think it's a perfect time for that. And I'm sorry, folks, if you just got here that this is what you have to deal with. The stream. I've been on the stream for like 4 hours though, so I'm trying to do a little business here. You know, trying to do a little business. You missed all the goon news that we talked about serious business.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
We talked about, the news. There was a lot of talk about jacking off as well. Anon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I don't know why the alerts are so messed up. But Anon, thank you for 5 gifted subs. I really, really do appreciate that. Thank you for that. There was gooning. There was a couch. Do I need to go back on the couch? Is that what people are telling me? No, we didn't talk about jerking off all day. It was a good 30 to 45 minutes, but, it wasn't all day.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Dan Wally, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. That is so cool, and I appreciate that a lot, Dan. Thank you. Trying to Radiohead. This was the question we were grappling over. We were grappling over this very question. Thank you again, Dan. That's very kind of you. And I guess if people are new to the community, they're new to the channel, and you want to check out what this community is all about, I do have a little onboarding orientation video for you. We're, I believe, 3 subs away from the sub goal today. So if you do want to be part of the community and you're wondering what it's all about, don't worry, I've got you covered. I've created this little video to show to potential new community members. So please just relax and check this out. 3 subs to go, so we'll see if any fine individuals want to join the community after this brief orientation video.
Expressing interest in the Friendship Triangle. Thank you for expressing interest in the Friendship Triangle community. We would be thrilled to have you on board as a member of our exclusive platform. As you may know, the Friendship Triangle is Twitch's only 2-dimensional, triangle-shaped, friendship access and trickle-down cloud, tiered reward system. Today you have an amazing opportunity to join the base level of the Friendship Triangle system. Once you are part of the community, you'll have the ability to rise through the ranks and achieve higher levels of access and rewards. One way to do this is by gifting subscriptions to your fellow members or by inviting your friends and family members to join our community. As you ascend the tiers, you will be exposed to a range of new and exciting benefits, such as exclusive content, advanced features, and access to our elite community members. We are confident that you will enjoy all the perks that come with being part of the Friendship Triangle. However, we also want to remind you that not all friends and family members are to be trusted, especially those who may not support your new lifestyle. That's why we encourage you to focus on building meaningful relationships within our community, where you will find like-minded individuals who share your interests and values. If you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out to our team. We are always here to support our members and ensure that your experience with the Friendship Triangle is enjoyable. We're glad that you are considering joining the Friendship Triangle community. We look forward to seeing you rise through the chaos zone and all the way into the elite tier. It's not a cult.
There we go. There we go. That's the friendship triangle system. As you can see, it's the only such system that exists on this platform. It's Twitch's only two-dimensional triangle-shaped friendship access and trickle-down cloud tiered reward system. And you can be part of that. You can be part of that for the small price of $5 per month. Wow. Wow. That is crazy. And it says right there in the video that it is not a cult. Isn't that exciting? I know I'm excited. This platform is so evil, honestly. Like, I'm close to getting into the sub goal, and I think I've actually, if you look at the total subscribers, this is why I can't have the total subscribers down here, because I think I've actually gone down. This is how fucked up this platform is. It's not a pyramid either. Exactly. It's two-dimensional. It's very specifically a two-dimensional triangle shape. You're exactly right. Let me get some feedback here for you folks. Just one sec. You should figure out how the counter works. Well, no, I get how it works. It's that when one month goes by and subs expire, the number goes down. But it's like, man, it's psychologically damaging to sit here for 4 or 5 hours and try to make the number go up, and then you look at the big number and the big number has not changed. Anyway, I apologize to the Raiders. You joined the stream right at the very tail end. We did a lot of important, journalism and etc. prior to this. I just wanted to show this to you folks because, I'm not very good at design. Like, I have ideas about what I want designs to look like, but I find I have a hard time turning them into real designs. I did though see that TeePublic, where I do my merch like this, that this is TRRS merch, but I saw that TeePublic is launching hats, and I've been wanting to get hats for a while, and I'm not very good at design, but I did put this together. What do we think about this? Can you picture this on a hat? What do you think? I just did this in Canva. I really don't know about design. I really don't. Again, I have an idea for what I want sometimes, but I have a hard time turning it into an actual thing. The pink on purple is hard to read. That's a good point. Maybe that could maybe be yellow too. I just realized what TRRS means. It's weirdly confusing to some people. Anyway. Can we get this image on a hat? That would actually be pretty funny. If there is just an image of me threatening people with a knife. Oh, you sent me some suggestions? Oh, that's cool, Dutch. Thank you. All your feedback is very valuable. We'll see. I do want to have hats, though. We're going to have hats soon. Well, I've got to get going, folks. Going on 4.5 hours here into the stream. I do like getting started a little bit earlier because it does give me a little bit more time to work with. What do we say about the final? Okay. Never mind. Never mind then. Thank you, Anon,
count on me. You're
for
gonna
3
have a good
gifted
old
subs.
Rob to talk you through all this.
I really appreciate that, Anon. And thank you, Dan, as well. For another 2 gifted subs. Thank you, Dan.
You can count
Very,
on
very
me.
kind
You're
of
gonna
you.
have a good old Rob to talk you through all this.
You are leaving me with a win, and I appreciate that. I mean, I should point out, I literally just held up my hand. Let's look at the power. Look at the power that I have. I just hold out my hand, and the subs just come to me. I'm like Neo in the Matrix. I don't even see the code anymore. I just see Gooner, Edger. You know. Thank you, folks. I should mention that there's only 13 subs to go to get to 50, at which point I would sing a little song. But I mean, you're not interested in that, surely. Surely you're not interested in that, so like why even bother? I read goodbye as goonbye. Goonbye, everybody. Is this a Canadian goodbye? I don't know. Usually when I leave like social functions, I just take off. Like, we call that, is it the Irish exit? I've heard it called a number of different things. I really do think that's the best way to do it, though. Just leave. Just leave. It's time to go. You know why? You don't need to take 20 minutes making sure everyone gets the proper greeting. You know? Just hit the bricks. Hit the bricks, it's fine. No one cares. Okay, then. Let's raid our friend Hildy. Thank you for tuning in, everybody, today. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. As always. Thank you for supporting this program. I will see you tomorrow. I do this show every single day. And remember, the start time, 12 Eastern. 12 at the latest. 12 at the latest. And I've been sticking to that. And I actually do kind of like it. I like having a little bit more time here to work with. I wasn't giving enough of myself to this stream. That's the problem. I wasn't giving enough. I need to give more. I should just have why don't I just have the camera running 24 hours a day? Why don't I do that would be a real commitment. Why does the stream even have to end? Maybe it should just continue. Maybe you should just always continue. Maybe I should just set up a series of cameras in my apartment, like an enclosure of some kind, and you can all just monitor what I'm up to at any given moment. Maybe I should be doing that. Would that make you happy? Maybe I should do that. Goodbye.